You Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The Carl Nelson Show.
You're rocking with the most awesomest. Keep rocking.
And Grand Rising family, thanks for joining us this morning. We hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for starting this week with us. Later, the University of Houston's Dr. Gerald Horn will be back in our classroom. Dr. Hall will explain the significance of Thursday's elections as they relate to us, our brothers and sisters on the continent, in the Caribbean, Europe, and also the BRICS nations. But before Dr. Horn, reparations advocate Cam Howard will detail the movement's next step with a new administration coming into Washington, D.C. But to get us started, momentarily we're going to speak with Brother Askia. Just want to remind you, coming up later this week, we're going to hear from Professor James Small. Also, attorney Malik Shabazz will join us, and also stockbroker J.R. Fenwick is going to be here as well. There's a lot of movement now saying that the stocks are going crazy and a good time to buy a Bitcoin. We're going to find out if this is true or if this is just momentarily, and to get his thoughts on how we should take advantage of the changing financial climate, especially on Wall Street. Brother Ski we're going to discuss with him about our young brothers and sisters who, the millennials, the younger Generation Z and all those folks, and what their thoughts on the election results, because many of them were going to either sit it out or vote for Donald Trump. Find out how they feel this morning. Some people are happy about the winnings. I heard from some couple of friends over the weekend that they had parades, during the cities. The MAGA groups are parading down the street with their flags, and American flag and the MAGA flag and Trump flag, and they were just celebrating. They're taking a victory lap. But it's gonna set in pretty soon because they've already prepared us. Elon Musk has already said that there's gonna be a downgrade, if you will, in the economies before they right the ship, even though the economy is doing very well right now. So, and that's another question we have for Dr. Horn. Folks would complain about it, say it was the economy, but yet still all records indicate the economy is doing not gangbusters, but doing very well. It's recovered and it's moving in the right direction, but it's not being felt on Main Street because the prices are still going up and wages are not competing with wages, even though wages have gone up. But it seems like the wages have gone up for the rich and not for the poor. But anyway, let's talk to Brother Ski and let's get this party rolling on this Monday morning, Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day. So a lot of our federal workers are hopefully they're in bed and listening to us this morning. Brother Ski, assalamu alaikum, my brother. Welcome back to the program.
Salam. Well, alaikum salam for you and your main man who's answering the phone this morning, and all the people who's listening this morning.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So you've been with the younger generation. This is one. Let me just tell the folks. What Brother Ski is saying, it's not his personal reflections. Those are the ones that he sits with. He goes into these chat rooms, and they accept him, and so he reports back to us because it seems like many of us are in a parallel universe with our young people, even though we're blood related to them, and they're in our homes. They have different views, and some of them might be generational. If we think back when we were younger, how our views were different from our parents. So, Brother Skier, what are the young people saying about the election?
Well, I wasn't surprised. I've been talking about this ever since 2017, and I know people had their hopes up, and I've been telling them about this young generation, 40 and under, and they are happy. Even the ones who wasn't going to vote for Trump, they just stayed out because they couldn't vote for Kamala. They having a party good time because they feel like number one for them was the economy. Mr. Nelson, that was the number one item. The migrant, the illegals coming in this country was number two. Number three was, I would say, is two together: family court and abortion. And they figured like the Democrat was not going to give them no relief on none of that. So they went forward, and as the numbers keep coming out, I know people keep saying it was only 2% increase, but people don't understand 2% in the right places can make a hell of a difference. And I want people to understand something, Mr. Nelson. This is a black station, so I mostly talk about black people. But in these chat rooms, there are people of color. And they say 1 out of 3 minorities voted for Trump. And I don't really bring that conversation up about the other people who might be in these chat rooms is due to the point I know we're just talking, we're talking about black people. But if you really look at this thing, it's just not black males. It's just not Hispanic males. There's an awakening going in this country with the males in this country.
Yeah, and it's come full circle, if you will. But we already got somebody wanting to talk to you, Brother Eskia. So hold on, I'll let Rick get at you. He's calling from Washington, D.C. He's online too. Grand Rising, Rick, you're on with Brother Eskia.
Good morning, family. I just want to say, I want to solve the problems of the world, and the way I want to solve the problems of the world is to suggest and recommend that they all can be solved by us looking back and saying thank you for what has already been given to us, instead of asking for more and more and more. If we don't give gratitude and thanks for what has already been given to us, we have a problem coming out the starting gate. With that being said, it is amazing. Oh, I got to say, Nellie Fuller, and on the Now, Tony Browder, awesome. And then I need to ask you to thank Miss Hughes for providing this platform to bring you and many others before you. Bernie McCain, oh God, Bernie McCain, More Better Man, and all the rest of them. Now there's you. But with that being said, I would like to say that this is what I'd like to say, that Nellie Fuller, we're still learning, and I am too. Every day I ask the Creator to give me more, something that I didn't know yesterday, to give me more. With that being said, that I also say 3 things. The 3 things I always say: I know I'm right, I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. That's very hard for us to do, that number 3 thing, to say I could be wrong, because we get I think as our humanity want to get in a corner and say that everybody should think as I think. And then you got to ask yourself, what is the whole world? How would the whole world be if everybody think the same things and there was no different perspective and latitudes? And I think it's an awakening that even with so-called Democrats and people say, oh, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. Oh, yes, you are. And I'm going to tell you, all a person has to do is listen.
I tell you what, Rick, do us a favor and put in a question form for Brother Eskia.
I got to put in a question. Okay. Well, Mr. Yes, sir. So since I got to put in a question, the question is, what could we learn from the results of this election, and what can we learn about our perceived notions about what we thought we knew was right, and this and that and other, right? So I'll just leave it with that. I wanted to lay out something else, but
right.
I'll let
well, I'll tell you what, Rick, you either call back on Friday.
I'll just listen.
Yeah, call back, and we're going to have to talk about this all week, because Professor James Small is going to be here, as I mentioned. He's going to be here later this week.
Maybe you will, and maybe you won't. But I'm trying to present and lay out on the table maybe you won't be able to talk about this because maybe this is something that is not on the platform. And until it gets on the platform, that's why news stations are talking about more people are not even listening to the quote unquote media, and it's fake media. This is an awakening, right? This is an awakening.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick, let's give Brother Ski a chance to respond to your question that you posed. And I thank you for your call this morning.
Thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
thank you. Brother Skia, you want to respond to what Rick said?
Well, okay. I guess he had a question in that call. Yeah.
He basically wanted to know what can we learn from the results of the election. I guess that was his question.
We have to stop dancing. We got to stop dancing in our own community. We got to stop dancing in our own square and listen to people who saying something different. And stop trying to shut them down and telling them they ain't right, because you keep telling them that and they ain't gonna do what you want them to do, and you're not listening to them, so they go do what they think they need to do, and it was shown in this election.
Did you know that nearly twice as many people are hospitalized for COVID than the flu? That's why it's important to stay up to date with your COVID vaccine, especially if you're at high risk or over the age of 65. This year, you have a choice. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about a non-mRNA option. Get yours today. Visit ChooseNovavax.com to find a vaccine near you. That is ChooseNovavax.com to find a vaccine near you.
Yeah, and they made their choices, and he mentioned Neely Fuller, but you say some of these young people already know about Neely Fuller, Dr. Fox, and Dr. Welsing, correct?
Yes, and they can read them front hand and back hand. Say, this is what I want to say. We talk about the system of white supremacy, but I think sometimes, Mr. Nelson, listening to the young people, this is what they report back to me. We use the system of white supremacy like we use the Bible sometimes. We pick and choose what we want to call white supremacy, the system of white supremacy. And the things that affect us more, then we just want to overlook them type of conversation, but they're still part of the system of white supremacy. And so this is what the youth is so upset, and especially the males. The males are really upset. The economy and I don't know, between family court and abortion, they just as hot with them two topics. There were some real two hot topics, and all that overlap from relationship. And so we don't start listening to them about their complaints and their problems with it. You know, I know the last time I was on the station and I had this conversation, and the first thing a young lady wanted to ask me that I have a good relationship with my mom. My mom is dead, been dead for almost 20-something years. And I had a very good relationship. And see, that's what they call gaslighting and windmilling. You don't want to talk about the subject. You don't want to talk about the issue. But then you want to make something personal. And so we got to stop doing that. We're going to start listening.
And I agree. We're not going to do it personal. We're coming up on a break, though. Let me ask you this. And Johnny in Long Beach is on deck. He's got a question for you. But my question to you, I'll let you respond after the break, Brother Skia. These young people, they disagree with what's going on, and they've voiced their choices. Any of them thinking about actually running for office then and making the change, whether it be at the local level, at the civil rights level, at the federal level, any level at all, even the school board? Are they talking about, okay, we think differently, well, this is what we want, so let's get in there and change it? Or are they going to just sit on the sidelines and just complain and talk to themselves and you know, have fun? So I'll let you respond to that when we get back from the short break. And I mentioned John in Long Beach also has a question for your family. You too can join us this morning. And thanks for waking up with us. It's 14 minutes after the top of the hour. We're back in 4 minutes with your phone calls with Brother Skia right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB, and also in the DMV. We're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for waking up with us on this Veterans Day 2024. Our guest is Brother Eskia. Brother Eskia, he works with our young people. He goes into these chat rooms and they have these conversations, and then he reports back to us their thoughts. And obviously, many of their thoughts are diametrically opposed to our thoughts. And, you know, if you think back when you were younger too, your thoughts of your parents and grandparents were different. It's a generational thing. But Brother Eskia was saying that as far as the election is concerned, they're on the opposite side of many of us. And my question I posed to Brother Eskia, and the reason why I did this, because back in the 70s, in 1972, they had the meeting in Gary, Black Power meeting, when black folks, all the black, it was there, Mr. Farrakhan, you know, the civil rights, the regular civil rights groups were there. Out of that came a bunch of black mayors. We had Think Sharp in Newark, Stokes in Cleveland, and maybe Diggs in Detroit. And there's a handful of other mayors. Johnny Ford, I think, was there. But that came out because they decided to do something. We got to do something. We didn't like what's going on. We're going to do something. So my question, that's why I posed a question to Brother Eskia. Are these young people talking about running for maybe the school board, running for local office, and so they can make a change?
Yes, and that's one of the things that we haven't got into. I'm in a chat room with police chief. Listen to what I just said. Police chief on these panels. I'm in there with people who are running for city councilmen. These guys are not like where we came from, where we do this big old thing. We pull all these people together. They're more micro, and they get the groups and they have meetups and they have strategies. I haven't been in one of their meetups because, you know, what I do. You know, I deal with the mental challenges and the homeless people. And I run a house. I just don't have time, but I have time to go in these rooms. But you'll be surprised at the level of education these brothers have. You'll be surprised of even these positions that these brothers have. And that's one of the things that amazed me because, like, you're going to have your, what I call stragglers. You're going to have your naysayers. These young people are arguing among themselves. They're trying to figure it out, Carl. They're not just all gun-ho one way. They're actually having debates about strategies and what's better and what's there. And the only thing they're missing is people who, like me, would come in these rooms and spend time with them and just put some other things on the table without talking down to them. Believe it or not, Mr. Nelson, there's a lot of people, young people who are listening to your station, and they won't call in. You know why they won't call in, Mr. Nelson?
Why is that?
Because they think when they start talking the way they talk, they're going to have to get disrespect, and they don't want to be disrespected to the elders.
Well, let me tell them right now, you won't be disrespected. You know, we let everybody talk. You know, we got, this is a smorgasbord of black ideas on this particular program that we have. You have from the nation, you have Christians, you have Republicans, you have everybody gets a chance. I let you make up your mind. You know, it's up to you, the listeners, and this is it. And the listeners probably figure this out. They make up their mind which idea they want. Even if you don't like that idea, you move along because something else will come on that you probably like. So, yeah, they won't get disrespected. No, we'd love to hear from them.
No, they just feel like they don't.
I'm just telling them they're not right now. They won't be disrespected, at least not from me.
No.
But go ahead.
Mr. Nelson, they don't think they go be disrespected. They just don't want it seem like they come across as disrespectful to elders.
Nah, I don't think, because we all were young one time, you know, just telling this, you know, Brother Skid, we were young one time, and I didn't agree with everything. My father was was a staunch Martin Luther King guy, and I was a Malcolm guy, you know. He wanted everybody except, it took a while for my dad to say Muhammad Ali. He kept calling him Cassius Clay, you know, so we have these differences, but it's respectful. Yeah. So I'm just saying, I understand that.
Yes, sir. And I try to relay that to them. And I was like, it's an open forum. Just going there and talking. It was, you know, you feel like you have to and just be at your best and express your point of view. Express what you're trying to express. If someone take that as disrespectful because you think different than them, then that's on them, not you.
Well said. Well, here we got some folks who want to talk to you. 24 after the top there on this Veterans Day. Johnny is calling from Long Beach in California. He's on line one. Grand Rising, Johnny. You're on with Brother Eskia.
Grand Rising, Brother Eskia and Mr. Nelson. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, There are two issues that I'd like to bring up. One, a lot of these young people really don't care as much about the social issues. They care a lot about pocketbook issues, right? And so they go to the grocery store and they're coming out with less groceries and paying more money, and they are highly annoyed. And so black folks, it just seemed like the facts are every other ethnic group are able to make the choice and decision to move from the Democrats to the Republicans and not feel like they're in some kind of social bondage. And I'd like to see black folks start moving that way. And then my next point is, I was talking to 3 young black developers in California, and they're all going to vote Trump. And they showed me the evidence. They're like, look, we've got projects ready to go, and people can't pull the trigger because the interest rates are so high. And so there's nothing in there about LGBTQ or social issues. It's about pocketbook issues. I'll hang up and like to hear your thoughts.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. Brother Skia?
Johnny, we're in the same place. We're in L.A. I'm just in Long Beach. Been listening to you for a long time, even when Mr. Nelson was in L.A., and you hit a point there. And that's why I say number one was the economy. When a person feels like they have to mortgage their house to put gas in their car for the rest of the year, or that they send their kid to play sports and that kid got a wrestle, that female got a wrestle against a guy, or you got to be monitoring the bathrooms and all that kind of stuff. And people don't understand this. Young generation see things differently. I know most people think young people are more liberal. They're not. Believe it or not, they want a conservative way of looking at things. And that's not saying that everything in the Republican Party is conservative, but it gives them better options than the things they want. And that's the things they want. They want to be able to go down the street without paying $5 for a gallon of gas. They want to be able to go in the store without buying butter for $7. So, you know, it just makes sense when you really look at it. I understand you're saying, Mr. Nelson, the economy seems like it's well, but when you go in these grocery stores and you're paying $150 and you're coming out with one bag, that don't look well for them. They don't like that.
Yeah, and let me jump in because Johnny said that was the issue for the blacks who voted for Trump. It was pocket. It was the economy. It wasn't about the social issues, abortion and LGBTQ, whatever it is. It wasn't about that. It's all about money. It was all about the economy for them. And you're saying basically the same thing, where they're also upset with the social issues as well, correct?
Well, I just said it was number one, Mr. Nelson. I didn't say the other issues was not important. Because if you really listen to the conversation, they already know the inflation. But what I'm telling you about for the last 4 months, when them guys been talking about they was going to vote for Trump, they was talking about 19 million babies been killed ever since 1973 from our community. And they asked the question, how many of them babies there was girls? They know they don't care about the guys, but how many of them babies was girls?
But let me jump in and ask you this: who do they blame for the abortion issue? Who do they say who's doing that?
Well, they blame the women who do that, because if you look at it,
I mean, politically, but since this is a political conversation, how they're going to vote, do they blame the Democrats for the abortion issue?
Because they open it up for that. They the one. Look, I explained to both of them. I said the Democrats want to kill you before you breathe, and the Republicans want to kill you after you breathe. So I make both points, but at least you had a chance to live for them to try to kill you after you were born. But it's just ridiculous. If you add 20 million people to our 47 million, which is probably more than 47 million, but if you add 20 million, our numbers would be powerful. We can't just.
And let me ask you this question to Brother Eskia. Let me ask you this question, because the abortion issue too. You're right. The Democrats were pushing the abortion issue, and they thought they had a winning ticket with that. They thought that was going to happen. That, the abortion, and we weren't thinking about sisters. They're thinking about white women, because white women are talking about, they were opposed to abortion, Roe versus Wade. Yet still, the white women, when they got into the booth to vote, they voted for Trump, who was the one who did away with Roe versus Wade, who did away with abortion. Can you explain that dichotomy there?
Because, look, man, this is what I try to tell everybody. When it comes to survival and they're not having a pregnancy, that they're not having to turn out in babies, and we killing hours on wholesale, and they have to take medication and do it. When they went in there to push that button, it's almost like as if Mr. Nelson, if I tell a white man, I want to marry your daughter, and he might say, you're a good guy, you play sports or whatever. But if I had a different conversation, say, when I marry your daughter, your legacy is finished. Them child's going to be chocolate from here on out. Now that white guy go think about it. So what I'm saying, when them white women went in that booth, and then white people just in general run in that booth, and thought about what Miss, God bless her soul, and I hope she's in God's bosom, our sister who wrote the ISIS papers, she said it. They don't want to be annihilated. So Miss Harris couldn't show them where they could not be annihilated. She was presenting a table for them to be annihilated.
So you're saying that the white it's a race issue for white folks? Do you think the race issue was more important than the economics, or was economics more important than abortion? This is for the white voters now.
Well, you have no economics if you don't have no bodies to do it. You have no economics. We got to understand, everything on this planet self-reflects on what it looks like and what it wants to survive. Sometimes it's not even about race. Sometimes it's just about survival. And that's what Dr. Francis was trying to say. They don't want to be annihilated. We can call it race, but everything on this planet moves in the same way. You'll never find an elephant jumping on another elephant who's beating up a lion.
I tell you what, we come up on a break. I got a couple of tweets for you. Let me do the first one. It's kind of long. The second one is just the second one is just real short. So I'll do this one, and you can marinate over it during the break, and I'll let you respond when we get back. And the tweeter says, "Are these young men in school? Are they starting businesses or any plans for college? Or what are their future?" This is a tweet coming in for you, and I got another tweet question kind of long, so we'll do that when we get back. And I'll let you respond to this tweet when we get back, though. Family, you too can join our conversation. Brother Eskia, reach out to us. Our telephone number is toll-free. It's also worldwide. It's 800-450-7876. Your phone calls in 4 minutes right here in Baltimore on 1010 WLB. If you're in the DMV, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for sharing your Veterans Day with us on this Monday morning.
Do you want to create a
Brother Eskia? Brother Eskia he works with our young people. He goes into their chat rooms, they have these conversations there, and then he reports back to us, their thoughts. And just like young people, they think differently from us. It's a generational thing as far as I'm concerned. Some people sit reading to it differently, but I just think it's a generational thing. And then the next generation will think differently. And the further we get away from the civil rights era, the less you're going to see these people, our younger people, be enthused with, being more Pan-Africanist, if you will, because the Panthers are not around, the civil rights era is not. All of that's different now. It was when we were growing up; they were there, Black Liberation Army fighting, and they came at a point where Barack Obama was elected president. So I think we've arrived. So they have a different outlook on life, and this is what it is basically. It's not a big deal to me. I don't think so, but some people think it is. But anyway, before we go back to Brother Ski and let him respond to that tweet. Let me just remind you, coming up later this morning, we're going to hear from Dr. Gerald Horn from the University of Houston. He's going to explain the significance of Tuesday's elections as they relate to us, our brothers and sisters on the continent, in the Caribbean, Europe, and also the BRICS nations. Before we do that, though, reparations advocate Cam Howard will be here to tell the movement's next step. They've got something to do now with the new administration coming into Washington. They couldn't get much from the Biden administration. Let's see what their plans are right now when the Trump administration takes over in January. Also, later this week, as I mentioned, Professor James Small will be here. Let me just tell folks, you can't miss Professor Small. He's one of our griots, one of the great minds in our community. Also, attorney Malik Shabazz will join us, and stockbroker J.R. Fenwick will hear. The stock market's going crazy, and he's been telling us a long time it's easy to get into the stock market business. You can just do it on your computer or on your phone. So they're all going to be here this week, so make sure your radio's locked in tight on 1010 WLB if you're in Baltimore. If you're in the DMV, though, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL. All right, Brother Skia, the last tweet from Lisa out of Baltimore, that's who tweeted this, says, are these young men in school, are they starting businesses, or are there any plans to go to college? So your response.
These brothers are, just like I say, police chief. Some are teachers. Some are lawyers. They're in every aspect of our life. They just want something different. They believe in the last 40 years that men, let me just say men now. Men have been stepped on, dragged through the mud to lift the women up or girls up. But in the same household, you got male childs. You open the door for the woman child, but you step on the male child. Where is his magic, this and that and this and that? And they got tired of it. And they are very tired of it. And so they're saying if it's going to be equal opportunity, then you don't have to push down on men and tell men they shouldn't be men or boys they shouldn't be boys and take away their masculinity to make them suitable like a little girl. And this is the outcome you go get. So they're fighting back. And let me say this. I know we talk about race a lot, but there's something bigger than race, and it just left my head at this moment, but I know it's going to come back. Self-preservation. I want y'all to understand what that means. In the micro level, we talk about race, but self-preservation is much bigger than race. And when you understand self-preservation, you can understand why people move the way they move. Until we start to understand that, race is always going to be the micro level. Self-preservation is something totally different. And when it's explained correctly, you understand. And I think this is what our sister was trying to tell you when she was saying, this is why these people didn't want to be annihilated, or certain groups would do certain things. It's all about self-preservation. And so,
it's kind of like what Mark Mannheim joined us on Friday, Brother Ski, and this is what he said too. He says we're so preoccupied with race. It's all about money, though. He says it's about money. These changes that are coming down, it's all about money. It's all it's the corporations. They don't. The poor whites are going to find out just as much as the blacks. He says the good thing is we know how to survive. We're a resilient people. We've been through all of this before, so we'll survive. But some of them who haven't, the Latinos who haven't been through this kind of thing that he says is coming to them, they're not going to understand how to deal with it. But he says black people will survive because it's all about money. They think it's about race. But your thoughts?
Doxypep is a safe and sexy new way to indulge in any delicious eggplant you want. Just take it after sex, and it reduces your chance of getting syphilis, chlamydia, and gonorrhea. That's why I come prepared with Doxy.
But black people don't have the same skill set they used to have, Mr. Nelson. So they come up in this world where they're not using their hands, they're using their minds. They don't have the same skill set. When I was coming up, a child was 12, 13 years old, he knew how to change a tire. By the time he was 15 years old, he knew how to change oil, put spark plugs in the car. These kids don't have that skill set. They're more into a service skill set. So they use their mind and their brains a little different. And so, yeah, they might. It's more on an equal plane now because these children, what we want to call them, younger than us, they're grown men and grown women. They use something totally different than we use. They use technology. A lot of these guys make more in a year than some of their parents did in 30 years. So you're right. It comes down to money, but it comes down to want to live a decent life too. Don't want all these stereotypes. You know, the stereotypes that, you know, you got these deadbeat dads, and then all these reports are saying black fathers are more invested in their children than any other race in the United States. Nobody ever talks about that. And so what I'm saying is we put our girls on a pedestal, and at the same time we put our feet on our neck on the little boys. You don't have to do that. You can bring both of them up the same way without tearing one down. And these black men are tired of that.
All right, hold that thought right there, Brother Skia. We've got another call for you. Jackson's reaching out to us. He's in Silver Spring, Maryland, where our station is. It's on line 1. Grand Rising, Jackson. You're on with Brother Skia.
Good morning. How are both you gentlemen doing?
Fine, sir.
Thank you. I hear what the brother is saying, and I somewhat agree with him. The thing I want to say about that is that there's not enough focus on the positive things that black people are doing and things like that. You know, every time the negative comes up, everybody's quick to jump on that bandwagon and speak on blacks not doing this and so on and so forth. But you have a lot of black young men and women who are, in this day and age, using technology to do great things. They're not being pushed to the forefront, I don't think, as much as the negative is being pushed to the forefront. If I could just say one more thing, regarding the Kamala Harris thing, I think she lost that on her own when she tried to get the black vote and brought Megan Thee Stallion and all these other people on there twerking and stuff like that. We as black people, we don't want to see nobody twerking. We want you to talk about the issues that is affecting us and so on and so forth. Twerking is not affecting us. That's not concerning us at all. That's why I don't understand why she did that. I think she lost that vote. She lost the election on her own by doing that.
Well, let me jump in and respond to that, Jackson. I don't think the twerk.
Sure.
I think anybody who disliked the twerk and never liked Kamala Harris in the first place. That's one. And two, this agenda that we're talking about, Project 2025, was concocted maybe 20, 30 years ago. It didn't matter who was going to be in. They had a game plan, and they ran the game plan and ran it to precision. So it wasn't that it could have been anybody, any Democrat. You probably get the same result.
Well, if whoever they are, had a game plan, then I think the next
the people
question
who wrote Project 2025, don't you be so abstract about it, like who they are.
Okay,
you know,
well,
the people who wrote Project 25, those are the people we're talking about.
All right, well, whoever they are, if they had a game plan, my next question is, what's the sense of having us people voting?
All right,
if you have a game plan already to have...
Let me share this with you. I'm going to let you go because we got some more folks. Jackson, let me share this with you. Pick up the book called Conspiracy's Hierarchy, Committee of 300. This is a book that Dick Gregory is around. He says he never leaves home without it. They explain to you how selections are made, especially when it comes to the United States, the presidency, how they are selected. And do you think you voted for them, even though the popular vote, Trump won the popular vote and the Electoral College? So he says he has a mandate. But that'll answer all the questions that you have. But I thank you for your call. I want to give Brother Skia a chance to respond to some of the things that you said. Brother Skia, your thoughts?
I think he talks about what the brothers are talking about, Mr. Nelson. You know, every time we turn around, black women are in school more than black men. Yeah, they enroll, but a lot of times they don't graduate. We highlight our women and what the brothers do understand.
Well, let me push back on that because I can't let that stand. That's factual. Women, and not just black women, women period are going to college, higher education than men. That's factual, and it is in our community as well. and they're graduating with more degrees than we are. So that's an issue that we're going to have to deal with down the road. But go ahead.
Right. They listen. If I had finished the statement, you would understand where I was coming from. They're more in debt than any other woman in the United States. And so what I'm saying is, when you start to look at these things, we highlight things for women, but when do we highlight things with men? This is what the younger generation are saying. So they're saying if you go anywhere else in the world, you can see a nation is judged by the strength of a man. And if you say that our community has been on the backbone of our women, our men is never going to get respect. And so they're standing up in their square now and saying, we are here. If you don't talk about us, we are here. If you don't
and that's good to know. Let them to step up and take on some of these challenges. If you look at all the in the legal affair, I told you about the fact that sisters are going to college more than brothers, and you look at the legal aspect. Let's just look at the charges they're facing Donald Trump. They're all black women. There was the brother in New York, Bragg.
But that's why it's a joke. That's why it's a joke, Mr.
It's
Nelson.
Not a joke. You can't tell people who have these degrees that they're a joke. No, I can't let you. I got to defend the sisters, the professional sisters who have these professional degrees. It's not a joke. They have professional degrees. They're attorneys.
I'm not talking about degrees. We got 2 trials going on right now. Mm-hmm. It's a mess in Atlanta. And these are sisters who are in charge of that. And you're looking in that courtroom, it's not just sisters.
But then the question is, Brother Esquire, why don't the brothers take over? Why don't they run? What's stopping the brothers? You can't. It's like you're accusing and pointing a finger at somebody. He's not doing well, or I dislike him. If so, and this is what the question for these young brothers: take the lead. Please take the lead. The sisters would love to see you out in front taking the lead so they won't have to bear the burden. But that's the burden the sisters have been having to have since we got here. The brothers need to step up. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so Mr. Nelson, this is the thing y'all don't put into equation that the young people is talking about. A lot of these men y'all talking about are raised by women. And so they have this thing they have to go through. This purification with not having a father, and it's not totally a fault of a woman. She can only go do what she can do as a woman, but she can't raise a man. And this is why they have the problem with the court system. When a woman can tell you when you can see your child, when you can talk to your child, when you can do all that, she has total control. She has the control of when you...
No, but the women don't do that, Brother Ski. That's the court. That's the system. So they should be up against the system, not against the sisters.
Mr. Nelson, no. I'm not going to let you get away with that.
The sisters don't make the laws?
They ain't making the laws.
But what I'm saying is that's the system. That's how the law works, Brother Ski. You can't blame the sisters. Because if the law didn't give them that latitude, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Okay.
But go ahead. Finish your thoughts. We got a bunch of folks want to talk to you.
Okay. The law don't give a person, when you call your child at a home, the law don't give them saying you can't talk to your child. That's that woman doing that.
Yeah, but the law is behind her doing it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. She wouldn't be able to do it unless she had the legal standing to do it.
She going to do it anyway, Mr. Nelson.
All right, because we're not going to agree on that because I change the system. You blaming the sisters.
Younger generation. This is why the younger generation.
And this is part of the problem because they're blaming the wrong person. But anyway, I want these other folks that got questions for you. Kareem's in Baltimore on line 3. Grand Rising, Kareem. You're on with Brother Esquire. Is Kareem there on line 3?
I want to first say, call Mr. Nelson. I've experienced what that brother's talking about, where I call the house and I don't get an answer constantly. I go to the door, I ring the doorbell. Now, I will say that I have a recourse that I use the court system. And in regard to that, that's a psychological thing that I don't want to take my children through because I don't want them to experience that piece of it. I don't want them to experience my children fighting with with their mother. I love her, but she has an axe to grind. So that is a reality that does take place. So I say to you, Carl.
No, I understand. I understand it takes place, but I'm saying if it was illegal, it couldn't take place. You guys are missing it. You guys are getting emotional. If they didn't have the law behind them, it couldn't take place. But go ahead and finish your thought.
But see, this is the challenge that we have amongst each other, because I'm bringing you a fact that it occurred. If it occurred to me, it occurred once.
But Kareem, I don't have an argument with that. I know it occurs, but you still can you listen for a second?
I'm not
just listen for a second.
I don't want to argue.
You don't want to hear what we say. You just go on to talk. Let's move on, Kevin. Here's the feel. You got to listen. You don't want to listen to what I'm trying to tell. I know it happens. I'm not saying it happens. I'm saying it happens for a reason, because the law is behind them.
We don't understand how to talk to each other so that we can hear each other for understanding, and that's what's taking place right now. I love my sisters. I love my brothers, but we have to be able to talk to each other, not talk over each other, so that we can have some understanding. And those are realities that we need to deal. That's why we've had a problem, because we lack understanding. And until we get some understanding from each other collectively, because you know and understand that history has shown us that the Confederates, that's their cousins. They stick together. So
Kareem, hold that thought. I'll let you finish your thought. We got to take a short break. I'm listening to you guys get caught up on the break. We're 4 minutes away from the top of our film. We got to take a short break here. We're running late right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB. If we're in the DMV, though, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for starting your Monday with us. And in the interest of time, Kareem, we're going to continue this discussion. Maybe just call in Friday, because we've done a lot of programs on this. And Brother Skia knows this. We had a group called My Child Says Daddy, Brother Reggie Brass, and he's been on here a few times as well. And what he found out, because he went through the same situation, baby mother wouldn't let them see his children and all this and all that. He told him, we got to change the law. They've got the law behind them, and this is not so. It's the system. It's not that you're hating on the baby mother. They've got the law behind them. But I want to give Brother Skia a chance to respond to what you just said, because we got a bunch of folks who want to get in on this part of the conversation. Brother Skia, your thoughts. Thank you, Kareem, and we can pick up on Friday.
I used to think the same way you used to think, Carl, until it happened to me. I'm in that organization. I joined that organization in 1995. And so I'm very aware of Reggie. Me and Reggie talk all the time. And if he sit down and he be honest with you, he'll tell you, yes, we had to change the laws. He did change. Our organization did change one law. But I'm not talking about before you get into custody battle. I'm talking about a person can tell you when you can see him, when you can't, when you can talk to him, way before the custody battle happens. That's what I'm talking about. And that takes a selfless person to not know the best interest of that child, need a balance. And we got to talk about this in our community, because we're talking about way before you get to custody battle.
Gotcha. And I'm glad that I didn't know that you were in My Child Says Daddy, but yeah, they did change the law. But they know, the sisters know that, and women know they've got the law behind them. That's what I was trying to tell Kareem. They know that that's why they do it. They go all the way because they know they can call the police, and they go to the courts. The courts are going to rule in their favor, and that's what Reggie did out there in L.A. What you were mentioning. But anyway, I want to take one more coffee before we get to our next guest, Cam Howard. Justice is calling from Augusta, Georgia. He's on line 4. Justice Grand Rising, you're on with Brother Skia.
Rising. I was thinking about Scheherazade Ali, what every black man should know about the black woman. That's number one. I had a chance to work with her, had a chance to work with Sister Soldier, Cynthia McKinney, and so those are very conscious black women. And the Nation of Islam women are conscious. So I would unite with folks that think alike. Does that make sense, Carl? I say because you take Frances Cress Welsing when she had her lectures at Howard University. Those are women that know the system and they know what's going on in America. And I would suggest that we all adhere to their teaching. Does that make sense? Have you ever heard of Scheherazade Ali, sir?
Me? You're asking me if I've heard of Scheherazade Ali? How long have you been listening to this program?
No, I'm asking you, yes.
Oh, Brother Skia. All right. You asking him? All right, I'll let him respond because I know he's been listening. He knows her as well. Go ahead, Brother Skia. Thank you, Justice.
My name is Askia Muhammad. We come through the same teaching, and that is the Brother's Bible. But think about what happened to Sister Ali when she came up and started talking and telling the black woman what she was doing. How much hack and flack and drug through the mud she went through. And this is a woman talking to black women. They don't want to hear it. There are certain segments in our community don't want to be criticized and about the things that they don't want to be accountable. My question to these type of women is, if you don't believe the mess that we have in our community is any of your fault, then that's the problem. If you want brothers to be accountable, you got to be accountable for what you're doing out of the community too. So when Sister Ali did come out, my brother, she was drugged through the mud. No, she was drugged through the mud? Not by men, by women. They look like her.
And many women are still upset with her. I got to tell you, Brother Skia, complaints I have from sisters with, why are you putting her on the radio? Why are you putting her on the radio? Every time I put her on, I get at least 2 or 3 women who are upset with what she's got to say. But her scholarship was broader than just what, relationships with men and women. Because remember, she had that book, Are You Still a Slave? And you may recall we had a program with she and Armstrong Williams were going at it. Are you still a slave? And we'll let the people vote on it. But anyway, listen, it's we got to do this again because we just flat out of time. We got Cam is on deck to talk about reparations. Before we leave you, though, Brother Skia, is there anything you want to leave us with?
What I want to leave you with, I have a lot of positive, just like you said earlier. We all went through a lot of stuff. But if we scared a reset, that gonna be our own detriment. Men are tired of being second fiddle of our community. Our men supposed to be leaders. But we only gonna be leaders to people who wants to be led. You can say we need to step up to the square or whatever, but if we have to fight you to get the leadership, then some of the men are just moving out of that community and moving into other communities. And y'all gonna have to put up with that. I'm just not that one. I got 5 children and all of them are by black women. So we can leave that on the table. You can reach me at OGJAYSPEED at YouTube. You older, more mature men and women who wants to get out there and want to talk to the younger generation, as long as you come in there respectful and not trying to son them, not just trying to throw all your blanket over them and tell them this is what they need to do, they will listen to you. But they ain't going to listen to you. You come in there pointing finger and punching down on them. All right? Everybody, peace, love, and always strive for the truth. If we got problems, the only way we're going to take care of them, we're going to have the conversation about them. And we can't be too scared to have that conversation. As OGJAYSPEED, the ghost, on YouTube, you can find me right there. And this is what I do.
Yeah, I thank you for doing it too, Brother Skia, because, like I said, it's almost a parallel universe that we live in. And the issue is that all we got to keep in mind is that we're a family. We're family, just like blood families. We may disagree on issues, but at the end of the day, we're still together. We're still family. We're still fighting for black women, still fighting for black men. And that's the way it should be. So I just want to, I don't want to leave with anything that people are opposed to each other, because I know those brothers in the chat room, hopefully they still support black women.
They love black women. They just want them to be better. Like black women want black men to be better.
Yes, sir.
But it's more easy sometimes for the one side to point at the other side. And black women, and let me be honest with you all, I'm going to leave you with this. And Sister said this: black women have never been put under the microscope.
All right, this is a conversation for another day, Brother Skin. We'll pick it up. I guarantee you that we'll pick it up on this angle next time. But thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Yes, sir.
Running late. Cam Howard, Grand Rising, Brother Cam. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Hey, good morning, Brother Carl. It's always a pleasure, brother.
You heard the spirited discussion we're having here. All this coming about the election, the fissures in our community. This election exposed, some people are still pointing fingers at each other. But now let's talk about reparations, because that's another area that needs to be discussed. Now that we have a new administration coming riding into town, what are the plans for the reparations?
Well, we're still on the same message that we were on prior to the election, and that was, to get Biden to establish a reparations commission by executive order before he leaves office. He hasn't, and he has to do it quickly if he's going to do it, so we can get it set, immediately before the inauguration. The way H.R. 40 was written is that they have 6 months to seat the commission after it's been established, but we would probably have less than 2 months if he does it right away, and we try as hard as we can to get that done, to get that established before he leaves out. We're working through a lot of different channels to get that to happen, and we have some actions that we got planned tomorrow and the rest of this lame duck period to get that happen, make that happen as soon as possible.
So what do you need from this audience now to push that through? Because you're racing the clock as far as getting it done for reparations. And question 2, even if he does say, all right, I'm a commission to study or create a blue ribbon panel to discuss reparations, how will that happen after January 21st? Does that all go away, or is this a feel-good moment? How do you see it?
He's Zachary Quinto.
And she is Kelly Clarkson.
Plus comedian Miss Pat. You have your own controversial take on appetizers.
You shouldn't pre-feed me. I'm thick. I want to eat.
On the next Kelly Clarkson Show.
Today at 2 on NBC4.
I'm Colleen Williams at NBC4 News. Why do we do what we do? It's for you, to know our communities and to serve them. For nearly 75 years, we've been uncovering the truth, a promise we make for you.
Tonight at 6 on NBC4 News.
Well, there's a couple of possibilities. First, we had to get it done. And if he does it, of course, if he does it and we get the commission set right away, then Trump cannot alter the state of the commission. He can rescind it the same way Johnson rescinded H.R. Special Field Order 15 after Lincoln's assassination. He can definitely rescind it. And so that's another action that we have to do, prepare for, messaging to Trump, messaging to this administration. There's a lot of so-called black male Republicans, the black female Republicans as well, who were supposedly for reparations, even though we told them, reparations was a democratic issue. We'd have to enlist them to make sure that, or to message him that it's not something that he should do as far as rescinding it. It's a commission, it's a study, it's where this nation needs to go. And, we have, research to show that, new research to show that 57% of Republicans either support or unopposed to a reparations commission. That's up from like 23% in 2019. It's up to over half, either support or indifferent to it. 47% opposed, but it's not such a, the commission itself is not, one of those issues that the Republicans are 100% against or either 90% against. Right now they're only 47% against. So, there's messaging we can do to alleviate or to prohibit, hopefully, a Trump rescinding of it. And we have to get into the community and attempt to make amends, if you will, not amends, but connect with those brothers and sisters who signed over to the Republican Party out of really frustration with the Democratic Party, and but they're still part of the community. They still, I believe, many of them still want what's best for our community.
Yeah, hold on right there. We got to take a short break. When we come back, though, my question to you, Brother Cam, is the fact that you mentioned many of our brothers crossed over, voted for the Republican Party. Is there any who made that transition? Is there any of them who support reparations, or have their thoughts changed now? They're with the MAGA crowd, so they don't support reparations, or is there anyone that you can point to, whether elected official or just some brothers who just like reparations, but they also are now Republicans who voted for the Republicans? I'll let you answer those questions when we get back from this quick break at 14 after the top of the hour. Family, you too can join our conversation about reparations with Cam Howard. Reach out to us at 800-450-7876. Your phone calls in 4 minutes right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB. If you're in the DMV, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL. Our information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for waking up with us on this Monday morning, Veterans Day 2024. I guess it's Cam Howard. Cam is from Reparations United. He used to be with Aunt Cobra, but they're all friends. He's in the vanguard of the reparations movement. And before we left the break, my question to him was the fact that now we're getting a new administration in Washington in January. Does that change what they have to do? Their thrust in getting reparations, and as any of the reparations advocates that he knows of sided with the Donald Trump, will they have any influence in this new administration? Are they going to carry the reparations banner, or is it dead? Cam, your response.
So I don't think it's dead. Of course, we're doing things on the local level and state level, but on the federal level, there's not a likelihood that Donald Trump is going to move executive order. He's going to initiate one himself for reparations. And that's the key that we have to understand nationally at the federal level. The only way we can get redress is through the executive branch. You can't get it through the judicial branch. The Supreme Court is what it is. You can't make it out of Congress. You can't make it through the Senate. You need a 60-vote Senate majority. Now the Republicans control the Senate. And even when the Democrats controlled the House, they didn't push it all the way through to a vote. So the only branch of government that we can begin the process with is through the executive branch. It's unlikely that Trump will establish an executive order itself. That's why it's so important that we act now with Biden. We really have to raise this up to a red alert at this point in the nation for reparations. We have this last remaining window to move the federal government toward reparations right now, and we can do it. We have it. I always talk about our power. We have the power to do it if we move on it. And I'll talk about what we got planned for that. But when it comes to the Republicans, black Republicans, they would have to ensure that Trump did not rescind the commission. And there are, where I live in Chicago, many of the folks who were pushing the Trump line were in favor of reparations. I thought it was an oxymoron, but, they believe that, they could be for reparations and for Trump. And a lot of it was not that they were so much for Trump, although they came out and supported him and raised his name, was the extreme disappointment in the Democratic Party. And so that pushed him over. And so they still have Democratic positions on a lot of issues, Democratic Party position on a lot of issues, and reparations is one of them. And so, I've been talking to some of the leaders of that camp here in Chicago. Some of them have connections to people in the Trump administration. One of the brothers, sent me a picture or posted a picture on Facebook with him down in Mar-a-Lago. Another brother told me about he's on speed dial with Kennedy. Kennedy has a big place in the Trump administration. I think he's going to be, Secretary of Health or Secretary of Agriculture. They're positioning for that. And so they're connected. They have, many of them have, like I say, access. And so we would have to enlist them. They're still part of the community, still our brothers and sisters. We'd have to enlist them into this effort of, you were for reparations. Your candidate won, you were for reparations. You still owe the debt to the community. You're still in service to the community. And you have to make sure that this guy doesn't rescind the commission. But, the commission is first, and we have to do all that we can to get that done.
Harris, when in her running, she sort of swerved when it came to reparations, even though before the race, she, part of the commissions in the Senate, she was in the Senate to study reparations, but she was kind of silent on reparations during her run-up in the election. Was that a mistake?
It was totally a mistake. And it was not just her. It was the entire Democratic Party. It was even black, middle class. I see the Trump victory as a defeat of the black, middle class, as leadership of the black community. They did not push reparations, and that was the key. We ran polls and studies. We enlisted people, we enlisted pollsters to do the research around the Reparations Commission. Trump spoke. He didn't try to win Democrats. He spoke to his base. He brought his base out. He did better in 2024 than he did in 2020, speaking directly to his base. Democratic Party ignored their base on the biggest issue that we said was important to us. And through a CBC poll, Congressional Black Caucus poll over four issues, reparations, George Floyd bill, voting rights bill, John Lewis bill, or infrastructure bill, black folks told the CBC reparations was the top issue. 57%. 30% said the voting rights bill. Then the infrastructure bill and George Floyd bill came in about 10%. So it was clear what was the top issue for black folks was in this country. And they ignored that. They ignored that second largest base, second to white people. Blacks was 21%, 22% last time I heard of the Democratic Party. And our number one issue was reparations, and they ignored it. And so as Trump spoke to his base and won, increased people, they didn't speak to their base on our issue, and less black people came out. They still got 86% of the black vote, but less black people came out because, they ignored the issue that was most important to us. They weren't going to win those white people over. They weren't going to win white women over. White women want a white man to protect them. They don't want a black woman to protect them. So they was,
Well, let me put it a different way then. If she had talked about reparations, would that have hurt her as far as the white votes more than it did? As you mentioned, the white women, they said one thing, and when they got in the voting booth, they did something different. Would she have lost more if she had talked about reparations? Because Hispanics left as the Democratic Party as well, and everybody said, "Oh, she's doing stuff for black folks." You think that would have hurt her if she mentioned reparations?
If she'd have mentioned the commission, so. Mentioning reparations and mentioning the commission are two different things in the minds of white people, the minds of others. They don't mind a quote-unquote study. We know that H.R. 4, the way we rewrote it, is more than a study. But if they want to consider it a study, let them consider it a study. And they have different opinions. They come to the table differently when you talk about a study as opposed to cash money in black people's pocket. And so if she'd have came out and said, I support a study, and said, I'm going to commission this study. Our research showed that she would have won Wisconsin with the number of black votes that won. She would have retained black folks. Then she would have brought out black people. Our study showed it brought out another 75,000 black people who don't normally vote. They didn't vote in 2020. She would have brought them out. And there was over 200,000 black people in Wisconsin that are eligible but unregistered. And our study showed that we would register 60% of the unregistered black voters if a reparations commission was established. We could have built the numbers just from the black base to beat Trump's numbers that he got in those states. And they failed to look at the research, and we supplied it to them.
That's interesting because, Dr. James Taylor, Dr. Taylor is a political analyst, and he says the first of these candidates who talk about reparations is going to win. Neither candidate approached the subject of reparations, but he was like you. He was sort of urging that the Democrats would pick it up and just talk about reparations or a panel discussion on reparations, and that didn't happen. So he's in your corner as far as that is concerned. So you said you submitted this information, these facts, to members of the Democratic Party. What did they say when they saw them?
Well, we submitted them through Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee before she got ill, before she announced the illness. She was ill, but before she announced the illness. And, they had it. She was saying, okay, let it simmer a second. We put it out there, let it simmer. She distributed it through the White House, according to her words. And we were waiting on a meeting with them. It didn't happen because, she transitioned. Before she transitioned, she got so sick that she was not able to engage in any further discussions. But they met with some people, other people in the movement after her transition, and they stuck to the same line. We want the legislative branch to do it, even though they know that the legislative branch can't do it. It was just like a slap in the face. So, that was their response.
All right, 30 minutes at the top of the hour. Charles is joining us. Grand Rising Charles, a question for Cam Howard.
Yes, how you doing, Cam?
I'm good, Brother Charles.
Great. Well, first of all, I feel like we've been disenfranchised. It seems like everything has been paid. Everyone has been paid but us. How did Israel and Ukraine get paid immediately, less than 6 months, and we've been waiting generations? Doesn't Joe Biden like us? Doesn't Joe Biden care about us? I don't see how they could do this. Do you?
Well, yeah, with Ukraine and Israel, that's, America's geopolitical references to resources in both Europe as well as in the Middle East. And so America is dependent upon those resources and those relationships in Europe and those resources in the Middle East. So, they're going to try to protect and defend those interests, and very quickly. And so that's, I don't really like to compare those things, the foreign policy, where resources are distributed through foreign policy and the military-industrial complex, because most of that money for Israel and for Ukraine is coming back to America. I mean, it's on weapons. It's weapons transfer. And it's the American weapons manufacturers who's getting those billions of dollars and so forth. So that's really not a good comparison. The comparison might be the Native American policy that was just done, or when, the migrant issue where money is transferred very quickly to other people in America that's not transferred to us, and there's a debt owed to us. It's not just like we're in need. We're in need to be repaired, but also it's a debt that's owed to us because of the crimes that were committed against us. So those are more proper comparisons. But I agree that, we have been, put on the back burner for centuries, but we're on the cusp right now. So I think I like to look at it from the point of what can we still do. I want our sister, Queen Mother Dorothy Lewis, she's an ancestor now, was one of the founders of NCOVA. She had a saying that it's not over until we say it's over. And it's not over in this administration until we say it's over. There's still something we can do. And Brother Carl, if I can talk about our action tomorrow, I'd definitely love to do that.
I'll tell you what, hold that thought right there. When we get back, I'll let you talk about the action tomorrow, because, we can't give up the fight for reparations, even though it wasn't on the ticket in this election, and then we transferring now into another administration. There's still some stuff that we can do, and I hope that this meeting that you're having tomorrow, you'll discuss that. Anyway, as I mentioned, we got to take a short break here. It's 26 minutes away from the top of the hour, family. We're back in 4 minutes. You want to join this conversation with Cam Howard about reparations? Hit us up at 800-450-7876. We'll take your phone calls next, right here in Baltimore on 1010 WLB. If you're in the DMV, though, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for starting your Monday with us on this Veterans Day 2024. I guess it's Cam Howard. Cam is a veteran of the reparations struggle here in this country, and this is what we're discussing this morning, how the fight is going to change now with the new administration. What are your thoughts? 800-450-7876. Before you go back to Cam, just to remind you, coming up later, we're going to talk with Dr. Gerald Horn. Dr. Horn is also an attorney, and he's one of the smartest brothers around. He's writing several books at the same time. Simultaneously, he's writing 2 books. I don't know how you can do that concentration. But anyway, we're going to discuss what the significance of Tuesday's election results as it relates to us, our brothers and sisters on the continent, in the Caribbean, in Europe, also the BRICS nations. And later this week, we're going to talk with Professor James Small. Also, attorney Malik Shabazz will be here, and stockbroker J.R. Fenwick. The stock market's going crazy. What does that mean for us? How can we take advantage of it? They're all going to be here this week. So if you're in Baltimore, make sure your radio's locked in tight on 1010 WLB. If you're in the DMV, though, around FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL. All right, Cam, so what's going down tomorrow?
So tomorrow we have what we call a National Reparations Actions Day, and our actions are, we came together, action is really to target Biden and those closest influences to him to, establish his reparations commission by executive order immediately. We came together a couple of weeks ago, about 30 organizations. We created what we call a National Voices for Reparatory Justice National Actions Guidebook. It's 19 actions that people can do individually or as organizations to message. We have 4 targets: the president, the Congressional Black Caucus, you're a Black Caucus member, as well as the CBC as a whole, the Big 8 civil rights organizations who he's been meeting with, and he's been asking about, how to secure his legacy, what he should do. So we have targets directed at them. We have targets directed at the CBC, and we also have targets, or actions, I should say, targeted toward Biden, the CBC, the Big 8 civil rights organizations, and Kamala Harris. Tomorrow, we're saying that all of us around the country, if we're advocates or allies of reparations, we want to enlist, whites and Asians and Hispanics, and those of us those outside of our community also agree that a commission should be established, and there are many, that they also can act with us tomorrow and reaching out to each of these targets. Now, we supplied on our website, reparationsunited.org, or you can go to earntheblackvote.net. But reparationsunited.org or earntheblackvote.net, you'll find the Actions Guidebook. And you'll find also with the guidebook all of the targets, the 4 targets, all of their email addresses, all of their social media handles. We have sample social media messages that we want people to share, to send, and we have sample scripts. If you're going to do an email or phone in, we have sample scripts. So everything you need, email addresses, phone numbers, social media handles, social media messages, email scripts, everything you need to message each of these targets tomorrow, you can do so. We want to, people all around the country messaging Biden, messaging the CBC. Their own polls show that reparations was is a leading issue among blacks in this country. And although they represent blacks in their district as a collective, they represent all black people, 48 million black people in this country. And so we want them to message Biden that he must do it now. We want them to message the Urban League, the National Council of Black Women, the NAACP, and National Action Network, and the other Big 8 civil rights organizations. They're all listed. We want them to message them now. I want to message Kamala. 100 million people voted for her, close to, I don't know what the actual number was, but, she still owes a debt to black folks for voting for her. 86% voted for her. She needs to move. She know it can't happen. She was a senator. She know it can't happen in the Senate. She know it can't happen legislatively, and she needs to stop saying that. And she needs to message Biden that this is something he must do going out the door, and she must do it going out the door. She must push hard for it. So,
let me jump in for a second, Cam, because there's talk on a lot of his internet chatter that Biden should step down and endorse Harris for the remainder of his term. Do you think if that takes place, then she should bring up reparations just to stick it to those folks?
I don't think that should take place. She hasn't earned the right to be president. She was voted to be a vice president. She wasn't voted to be president. If she'd have won, that might have been a consideration, but I don't think that's something that, the man, for what I was worth, he's there, he can do it, and, that's just mixing things up. She can utilize whatever remaining influence she has on him to get him to do it ASAP. Because, again, we have to get it sat. They had to get the commission sat within the 2-month period if he does it now. And that's pushing it. You know, the way it was written, it had 6 months to see it, but we'd have to do it immediately. So I think, you know, people have a role to play, and I think our role is more, you know, pushing him to do it and then assisting in getting it sat after it's done.
All right, we got some folks who want to talk to you, Cam. It's 15 away from the top. Let's go to line 2. Ron is reaching out to us. He's come from North Carolina. Grand Rising, Ron. You're on with Cam Howard.
Yes, Grand Rising. My question is, it seems like there's always a high expectations for the Democrats to address reparations, and Republicans are kind of get away scot-free with not addressing reparations. I would think especially with Trump's increase in the young black male voters, that this would be an opportunity to get him to address reparations. What is your thought on that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, these young people, some not so young, but, you know, these people, brothers and sisters who, you know, voted for Trump, they have an obligation to push that issue. I'm in talks with some of them here locally, and we'll try to talk to them some nationally if I can figure out a way to get them all, get an audience with some of them on just that. You know, they have to, you know, their candidate won. Reparations is still an issue for us in this country, and they have to, you know, be a leading voice for it, you know, now that they, you know, in a position of influence. So I agree 100% with you, brother.
All right.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Ron.
you.
All right, and we'll try to work that out for you. We'll see if Brother Skill can get you some of these chat rooms with these young brothers and some sisters who voted for Donald Trump and see what they think about reparations. But right now, let's take another call for you. Let's go to Chapel Hill, South Carolina. Anita's on line 1 waiting for us. Grand Rising, Anita, your question for Cam Howard.
Grand Rising. I'm from North Carolina. What I want to say is, do they not think the investment is not important, that the African Americans contributed free and we didn't slice their throats for it, killing off so many of our people, not to mention the kidnapping? Okay. And then they, you know, just like taking it all off the history books. You're considered a terrorist if you want your history taught. And that's how they treated the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And they're still doing that today. So the investment that was given them, even though they talk about the Dow Jones and their investment and what's his name? The Musk guy. I don't know his name. Elon, whatever his name is. His investments is all this so wonderful. Okay, but that's after the fact of the agricultural fight we had to have here and change from Africa to North America. They don't seem to think that's important. So when you forget your history and that you wasn't blessed, you stole, then I think they're going to reap the bad benefits of that. And I think Donald Trump...
And you do us a favor, because we got a bunch more folks who got a question for him. Can you put in a question for him so he can respond?
Okay, here's the question. Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Tim Walz are progressives. Donald Trump is not a politician, and he has to follow the line of the people that are including everyone. Okay, so to include everyone means to include everyone's history. What do you think they're going to do about the investment and including us in the history, and so we can get what's fair to us, like everyone else expects to get what's not fair to them by just coming over here and reaping the benefits? We're not their parents.
All right. Thanks, Anita. Brother Cam?
So if I understand that question directly, how do we message to them about our input in this country, our stolen labor as an investment in building this country? I don't think that's an argument that they even care about. You know, I think a better argument, if we want to talk their languages, how much, you know, the studies show that reparations will economically benefit all of America. And that's really a message that we have to take to them. They're fighting against history And I don't think we come forth forcefully with a message about, our history. They know it, but let's push a message that they are more palatable to, listening to, and not closing the door on. We're going to fight that our history is always taught, but in messaging the Republicans who we need something from, that's not a message that I would go on and say, let's start with that. I would start with, how reparations has been studied and forecasted to benefit all of America, not just Black America.
10 away from the topic. I got a bunch of folks who want to speak with you, Cam. Mark's, and if you're on hold, just make your question short so we can get as many people on as possible. Mark's in Baltimore on line 4. Grand Rising, Mark. Your question for Cam Howard.
Yeah, Grand Rising. Number one, I want to ask a question about reparations and Carl, was it John Conyers who's been introducing reparations since the 80s, Encobra.org. The 2 pages tell who should give them and all that kind of stuff. Are you familiar with that? And also, our sister, Kamala Harris, I think not only do she deserve to be president, I think she was robbed of it.
All right. Thanks, Mark. The question on reparations, Cam, you want to address that?
Yeah, so HR 40, we're definitely where we're at.
Mark, let him respond. We're racing the clock here. I got a bunch of folks who want to get on. Be respectful.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mark.
I used to be the co-chair. I used to be the male co-chair of Encobra, so I'm fully aware of Encobra. And also John Conyers, HR 40. We're trying to get that pushed through executive order now. So, yeah, I'm aware of both of those.
All right, 9 away from time. Christian's in Malibu. He's on line 2. Grand Rising, Christian, your question for Cam Howard.
Hey, Cam. Good morning. Those letters that you sent out to everybody regarding reparations, if it doesn't work at the beginning of the new term for 2025, I want you to readdress those letters to everybody you just sent out, saying that we were going to support a person who's for reparations first. To all those notifications, that's how we hit. And then from there, anybody who's not talking about reparations, like 100 acres per person, we're not going to support. What do you think about that?
I agree that, as Black voters, we're in a point in this country where the government at every level must address the crimes committed against our people and the continued impact of those crimes. If there was no continued impact, there would be, you can still make the fight, but for an apology, not so much for resources, and you can still make the fight for resources, but the fact that there's continued impact, and then the impact will go on in perpetuity unless there's resources targeted. And if we know that, then that has to be the central issue as Black people, as Black voters in our community, and it must be from the bottom up. The assistance cannot be top down. It can't even be everybody want to focus on the middle class, but the widening bottom gets spread wider and wider, and it's perpetuated, and the cycle never continues. So we have to focus on the bottom, and we have to focus on reparations as Black voters in this country at every level of government. So I'm in total agreement with you.
All right, we got to come up. Right. Thanks, Christian. We got to take this break here. 6 minutes away from the top of the hour. 800-450-7876. That's our number. Keep that number handy. You're going to need it for Cam and also our next guest, Dr. Gerald Horne. We'll be back in 4 minutes, though, right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB. And also in the DMV, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power. Grand Rising family, thanks for starting your week with us on this Veterans Day 2024. Our guest is Cam Howard. Cam works for Reparations United. He's been in the struggle, the vanguard of the reparations struggle for many, many years. And now on deck, we got Dr. Gerald Horne. We'll get to him momentarily. But let's take a call for Cam. Alex is calling us. He's in Alexandria, Virginia. He's on line 6. Grand Rising, Alex. Your question for Cam Howard.
Shalom and shalom to all the believers of the Torah. My question to the guest is,
is he aware of Republicans always gave reparations to people, but you have to move in certain states to get it. I'm going to give you a list of names of reparation states. Tulsa, Oklahoma has a program that pays $10,000 if you move there. You got the state of Cumberland, Maryland. They pays $20,000 if you move there. You got Alaska, who always have been giving reparations to people since, I believe, 1976, 78, that pays you $1,312 a month. And also Alaska is a no-income state. So you pay no income tax in the state of Alaska. The state of West Virginia also pays you $12,000 if you move there. And guess what? All these states are ran by Republicans. Cumberland, Maryland, Governor Larry Hogan had that program, and I'm sorry that the state of Maryland missed it. Are you aware of them programs, sir?
All right, let's give him a chance.
I'm not aware of them, and I'm not sure that I would call them reparations either. They're incentives.
It's reparations.
Okay.
It's reparations.
Okay.
That's government money that's been given to the people if they're willing to move there and better their lives. It's reparations. That's what it is.
Alex, are they giving it to black people or just you just said people? Are they specifically for black folks for redress of what happened to us? Or what's... Go ahead.
Okay, the state of Alaska gives you the reparations because, they make money off the oil. So Alaska been doing
that's
that
not my question.
For many,
the question
many years.
Is it designated for reparations for black people?
Everybody. As long as you have a job, if you have a job, the money is there. If you have a job, just move to any of them states that I'm telling you to move in and get your reparations. There's no excuse for trying to point fingers for black, white people. It's for everybody. If you're willing to move to them states I just named, go get your reparations. Stop listening to these Democrats. Thank you.
Thank you. Cam, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, those are not reparations programs. Reparations is redress for harms done to crimes committed and continued harms to people from the government. And those resources have to address the harms. So those are government incentive programs, which are good. If someone wants to move to one of those states, then they can take advantage of them. But it's not reparations.
All right. Before we let you go, tomorrow, what's happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow is National Reparations Actions Day. We want people to message the president, message the Congressional Black Caucus, the Big 8 Civil Rights Organizations, and Kamala Harris to message them to tell President Biden to enact the Reparations Commission by executive order immediately so we can get it set and move forward with the healing of this nation, healing of Black America, which will begin the healing of this country. So, this is something that is owed to us, it's due to us, and it needs to start now. And we must, put that out there to the president. We want that to come from everywhere around the country. Go to reparationunited.org, get all the details, all the messaging, all the social media handles, all the contact information for everyone that we want you to message tomorrow. National Reparations Action Day.
Okay, and that information again, that website again?
Is reparationsunited.org, or you can also go to earnablackvote.net, reparationunited.org, earnablackvote.net, download the Reparations Actions Guidebook. You find all the information you need to message. Take 30 minutes out your day tomorrow and message all of these targets. We want it to come from around the country. And again, we got the power, and it ain't over until we say it's over.
All right, Cam, thank you for being in the front fighting for reparations. We're going to keep it on the front burner because, times like this, they push it back. We got a new administration who doesn't even think about reparations. They won't even discuss reparations, but we still got to fight for reparations because we deserve reparations. So I want to thank you for all that you've done for reparations.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
All right, that's Cam Howard calling us from Chicago this morning from Reparations United. 800-450-7876. Grand Rising, Dr. Gerald Horn. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you for inviting me.
Dr. Horn, I got to ask you first up, since we were talking about reparations, your thoughts on the fight for reparations now we have a new administration coming into office.
Well, I've been saying for years now that reparations in the United States, in order to be effectuated, has to be internationalized. We've just seen the election by 71 million people of a person who before November 5th was being dubbed a fascist. As you have just suggested, the Republicans are, shall we say, unlikely to push forward with the reparations agenda. Internationalizing the question would be, for example, the NAACP calling a conference in Ottawa, Canada, not only with reparations on the agenda, but also stopping the impending deportation of hundreds of thousands of Haitians and countless numbers of Africans. Ottawa, that is the capital of Canada, which has contradictions with Mr. Trump and the Republicans. Mr. Trump is threatening to destroy their economy by slapping tariffs on their exports to the United States. Also, Ottawa is the center of embassies from Cuba, from China, from Russia, etc. We need to invite representatives of all of those nations who have legations in Canada to this meeting. Even if we're not able to push forward successfully at this conference, which I would imagine would take place in the next 6 months, the very fact that Black Americans are seeking to return to our roots, which involves internationalizing the struggle, would be of profound significance. But sadly, I'm not sure if we have the kind of farsighted leadership that recognizes we're in a state of emergency. It's a 5-alarm fire. The old playbook is no longer operative, charging into court, filing lawsuits when most of the judges are Trump appointees. We need a new approach. The question is, will we get a new approach?
My question to you, were you surprised by the outcome of the race?
Not necessarily, because, as you know, I've been writing books for years talking about the counter-revolution of 1776, which is the title of one of my books. So I've never accepted the hype that the United States was a so-called liberal democracy striving towards a more perfect union. And when you have police killings, that's not who we are, as we have been told repeatedly. I never accepted that hype. And so therefore, I was not necessarily surprised by this November 5th result.
Yeah, well, Doc, some people would think something underhand took place. That, you know, they don't believe that all those votes went for Donald Trump. Are you in that camp?
I'm agnostic. I'm susceptible to believing that, but the fact of the matter is that given the fact that Mr. Trump won a majority of the descendants of the European settlers, there will be no credible challenge to his being inaugurated in January 2025, even if we are able to bring forward credible evidence that there was hanky-panky. That's the way politics works in this white supremacist country.
All right, 8 after the top of the hour. Before I take, we got some folks who were calling. We'll take some call for you. But let me ask you this question. There was talk about the fact that Biden should resign and endorse Harris to take over for the remainder of his term. And doing so, she could also enact reparations, set up that panel that Cam wants to do. She could also pardon his son. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I doubt if it'll happen, number one. I think Kamala Harris is not necessarily going to enact reparations as president before January 25th or whatever the day Mr. Trump assumes power. But if people want to push that agenda, I have no problem with it.
All right, 800-450-7876. Nick is in Baltimore, has a question for you. Grand Rising, Nick, you're on with Dr. Horn. Nick hung up. All right, let's go to Mark in Houston. He's on line 6. Grand Rising, Mark, you're on with Dr. Horn.
Hey, good morning, my brothers. How y'all doing this morning? You doing all right this morning?
It's all good.
Okay, yeah, I just want to, this reparation and that and talking about should Joe Biden and should he step aside and let Kamala, I mean, he's already stepped aside for the election through the party. Like Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi, they all got together and they had had him to step aside. Now we saw what happened, So I don't think he's going to, give his legacy up like that and stuff like that. So, but when we talk about this election, do y'all believe that? I hear people talking about that because Kamala Harris was black, this is the reason why she didn't have a chance of winning. But I said we can't play the race card all the time, because that's what they tell us all the time. Man, you can't be playing the race card all the time. But do y'all believe that we are playing the race card? Because remember when Hillary Clinton ran against Donald Trump, he beat her. Do you think they didn't vote for her because she was white or whatever? So what do y'all think about that?
All right, that's a good question, Mark. Was it race or was it economics, Dr. Horn? How did you see the outcome?
Well, I think it's multiple factors. I think certainly gender plays a role. That is to say, the United States in its almost 250-year history has never had a woman president. It has had one black president. I would imagine that racism plays a role. But above all, we need to recognize that the descendants of these European settlers, many of them helped to rationalize Jim Crow. Many of them rioted in Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957 when you tried to desegregate schools. They killed people at Ole Miss a few years later when James Meredith tried to enter. And so we need to recognize that we have a number of reactionaries, at least 71 million, I would imagine, in this country. And historically, the way we've done an end run around that formidable obstacle is to internationalize the struggle. But over the last 75 years or so, we dropped that particular approach because with the retreat or the seeming retreat of Jim Crow, we thought our status as being U.S. citizens was being normalized. I think post November 5th, 2024, we need to recognize that was a fantasy.
Well, I got one more question to ask you.
Go ahead, Bob.
And say this. I just want to say this here, and I'm just putting it out there. Do you think that as black Americans, do you think we try to bring each other down? For instance, I know you remember when Barack Obama ran for president. We know the words that Jesse Jackson used about cut, whatever you want to call that. I don't want to say it on the air. But then again, if we really wanted Harris to win, do you think that Barack Obama and the administration and everybody in the party or somebody in the Democratic Party should at least gave her an ideal about going after Hispanic votes instead of let the agenda just go around that the black men is not going to vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman? Because they did the same thing to us in Georgia against Stacey Abrams. We were black men that said we were going to talk, but 80% of the black men voted for her and 92% of the African-American women voted for her. So do you think we get distracted and stuff like that because it just wasn't fit for that to happen? Because when Barack Obama ran for his second term, he knew he needed the Hispanic vote, so he put a Hispanic judge on the United States Supreme Court, and he won by a good landslide. So do you think that we all should come together or something like that and try to work together? Because I don't see them.
We're coming up on a break, Mark. So that's a good set of questions you asked Dr. Horn. I'll let him respond after the break, Dr. Horn. The breakdown, of course, they were blaming black men. The facts didn't pan out. The black men deserted Harris or the Democratic Party as much as they say they did. So I'll let you address that too, and also the Hispanics as well. Family, you want to join this conversation with our guest, Dr. Gerald Horn. Dr. Horn is from the University of Houston. Reach out to us at 800-450-7876, and we'll take your phone calls in 4 minutes right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB. If you're in the DMV, though, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450. WOL, where information is power. Grand Rising family, thanks for starting your Monday with us on this Veterans Day, a federal holiday. Our guest is Dr. Gerald Horn from the University of Houston. Dr. Horn's going to explain the significance of Tuesday's elections as they relate to us, brothers and sisters on the continent, in the Caribbean, Europe, and also the BRIC nations as well. So before we left for the break, there's from Houston who called us, and his question was about the results, because, before they were saying that black men weren't supporting Harris, and it turned out that actually all the Democratic Party, it turned out there were Hispanics who deserted, and white women. So your thoughts on all of that, Dr. Horn?
Well, obviously, it was a blunder to single out black men before November 5th as being suspect with regard to their voting choices. This is of a piece with the kind of blinkered thinking that is all too prevalent at the highest levels of the Democratic Party. I mean, for example, have you followed the recent comments of Senator Bernie Sanders, for example? He says that the Democratic Party's problem is they concentrate too much on, quote, identity politics, unquote. He doesn't explain what that means. Sometimes people say identity politics means Black Lives Matter, which means we're not supposed to protest against being shot down in the street like dogs by police. He probably meant, although he was ambiguous, that the Republicans capitalized on the transgender issue. In Texas, for example, it seemed like every other ad was about transgender issues. Remember, Mr. Trump said you send little Johnny to school in the morning and he comes back in the afternoon as Jennifer, because they performed an operation on him unbeknownst to the parents, which is obviously ludicrous and ridiculous. And so Senator Sanders really should know better. Then he says that the Democrats need to concentrate more on class questions. So you look at the New York Times this morning, you see that Donald Trump is going to overthrow all the pro-labor decisions made by Mr. Biden. So if these 71 million people voted for Donald Trump because they think he's going to be stronger on class questions than the Democrats, well, obviously that's misleading and misguided. With regard to the Latino vote, the Wall Street Journal did an article a few weeks ago talking about Venezuelans in Florida who came across on planes, looked down at the Venezuelans who crossed the border on foot. And so there's a class divide in the Venezuelan community. I dare say it's a class divide amongst many of the Latino groups. I still find it horrible that Mr. Trump won a good deal of South Texas, which is 90% plus Mexican American. So once again, I'm not sure if that's going to change anytime soon. If black people who voted most heavily against Mr. Trump, 8-2, 9-1, if you are looking at black women exclusively, obviously, if we're going to make progress and avoid being victims, we're going to have to internationalize our struggle, which brings me to this point, which is that the investor class is bidding up the valuation of stocks relating to the prison industrial complex because they expect Mr. Trump to carry forth with his notion of deporting millions, and there's going to be a need to build detention centers. Assuming that he is successful in deporting these millions of people, I don't think they're going to tear down those detention centers after the deportations. I'll give you one guess as to who might wind up in those detention centers if we're not careful.
All right, got you right there. 23 at the top there. Well, a follow-up to that question, because there was a lot of talk about brothers not supporting Harris, and it turned out to be a head fake, and she went for it and over-indexed with trying to get the black people to vote for her. And some Hispanics says, well, she didn't come to our community. She didn't come to our barbershop. She didn't come to our bodegas. But she was, and that was an indication of what she would do if she was elected president. How do you see that? Is that just an excuse from our Latino brothers?
Well, Vice President Harris, she had her election watch party at Howard University. I saw pictures of her actually campaigning in black communities because I think it might be an overstatement to say that she was inattentive to the black community. I think we need to recognize that we're surrounded by reactionaries, and that's the problem. And that has been the problem ever since we were shipped across the Atlantic against our will. A problem, if you just want to look at what's in our hands, is how we've approached that problem. That is to say, once again, I hate to sound like a broken record, the failure to internationalize our struggle. I mentioned holding a conference in Canada. If we don't hold it in Canada, we should hold it in Cuba, Havana, where we'll have the support of the government. But the problem is most of our leaders are scaredy cats. They're afraid to associate with Cuba, even though we're talking credibly about the rise of fascism and us being marched into detention camps. This is lunacy.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Cuba. They just had an earthquake in Cuba, between Cuba and Jamaica, yesterday morning as well. They still haven't figured out if any damages or any casualties there. We'll get to that momentarily as well. 800-450-7876. Bob in Buffalo has a question for you. He's on line 4. Grand Rising, Bob, your question for Dr. Horn.
Yeah, blessed love, family. Thank you, Dr. Horn, for having us focus on internationalizing our struggle. My question is that I hear a lot of people talking about percentages of whites or blacks or women or whatever who voted, but I hear very little talk about whether or not this was a free and fair election, given all of the shenanigans and actions that was done beforehand to disenfranchise a number of people. And will we ever truly get to a point where we'll have a representative, not we, there would be a representative democracy where everybody can vote. Everybody who's 18 will automatically be registered to vote as soon as you turn 18. But thank you for keeping us on a global reality. And I like the idea of the Canadian conference.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Dr. Horn?
Well, you need to realize that the Republican Party has a material interest in keeping people away from the polls. That's the import of their seeking to weaken the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That's the import of their gerrymandering congressional districts to make it easier for Republicans to get elected. That's the import of intimidation of electoral workers. The press was full of those kinds of stories before November 5th. So, yes, I'd look forward to a day when folks are registered automatically. In certain countries, there's a fine if you don't go to the polls, which obviously hypes voter turnout. But once again, the majority party in this country that just won the White House, won the Senate, may win the House, controls the Supreme Court, controls a good deal of the federal courts, they do not want people coming to the polls. And so we should not have the starry-eyed idea that all you have to do is say, we want, easier registration, and somehow magically it'll happen.
All right, 28 at the top there. I got a tweet from Mark from Anaheim. I got another tweet coming into the studio, but Jay's waiting for us on line 3. Jay's calling from Michigan. Jay, your question for Dr. Horn.
Grand Rising to you and Dr. Horn. My question would be related to kind of the silence of the so-called third party or independent parties that garnered votes. Here in Michigan, it was a close race. Trump only won probably by about 75,000 votes. And if you look at the votes placed for some of these independent candidates, it exceeds that 70,000 votes. And also is only 47% of the registered voters voted here in the city of Detroit. So there's a lot of factors involved in that. And as Dr. Horn had previously stated about being surrounded by reactionaries, you can just look at the counties and how red they are encircling the metropolitan areas where it's predominantly blue and black. And could he comment on that, the silence of those, the Cornel West and Jill Stein and people like that? Even Robert Kennedy gathered 28,000 votes as an independent, which is crazy. And my other question would be kind of piggybacking on the future. In a comment that Mark from Anaheim brought up last week about what Dr. Carr calls a Manchurian candidate, J.D. Vance, and the people behind him and the whole scenario around dark enlightenment. In the event that Donald Trump wasn't the great possibility he might not be able to complete these 4 years, and how would that affect all the policies that we talk about now that will be enacted with the new administration? And so those are my 2 questions. I guess I put a lot on the plate.
All right. Thanks, Jay.
You put a lot on the table indeed. Let me try to sort them out. I mean, obviously, J.D. Vance is a very serious danger. He was boosted into prominence initially by Peter Thiel, Thiel, who has roots in apartheid Southern Africa, a la Elon Musk, a la David Sachs, another top Trump advisor, a la Roelof Botha, a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, You may recognize his name. His grandfather was the last foreign minister of apartheid South Africa. You may not be mistaken in thinking and suspecting that they want to recreate a kind of apartheid or deepen a kind of apartheid in this country that they fled from when the revolutionaries came to power in that part of Africa. With regard to the vote in Michigan, you noted that 47% of the folks in Detroit turned out. It's not clear to me that if folks voted for Jill Stein or Cornel West, that if they had been off the ballot, that they would have voted for Kamala Harris. Similarly, I think what you folks in Michigan need to focus on is the manipulation of the Arab American vote in places like Dearborn, where the Trump in-laws, speaking of the Boulos family, a multi-billionaire family with roots in Lebanon, although they made their fortune off the backs of Africans in Nigeria, and how they were in touch with these folks in Detroit, in Dearborn. That's what you all need to be focusing on, because that's going to be a long-term issue for folks in the automotive capital.
Yeah, let me just throw this in there. Go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead, Carl. Yeah, I was just going to say it's an interesting history when you talk about the city of Dearborn. Anyway, traditionally that was a sundown town when the mayor Obel Herbert ruled for over 40 years, and then as they moved to the western suburbs, and that's when the Arab community came in. So there's never really been a coalition between the Arab community and the city of Detroit. And also think about that we have two representatives in the House of Representatives, that one is a Palestinian and the other is of Indian descent. So it's no more Charles Diggs and John Conyers and people of that ilk, or Mayor Coleman Young, which earlier, Carl, you had mentioned about the mayors that came out of that 72 Indiana conference, and it was Coleman Young. Diggs was there as a U.S. representative. So I just wanted to throw that in. I'm going to get off.
Correcting me, yeah, because Diggs was one of the major players there. But we've come up on a break, and let me just say this, Dr. Horn. Mark Burhanna Friday told us about the fact with the Arabs in Dearborn, that Trump's youngest daughter, the one who just finished school at Georgetown, she's married to a billionaire Arab, and they were working the Arab Americans in Dearborn. That's why you saw that flipped so many of them, they told them that business is all about business. It's not about what's going on in the Middle East. I know you're going to get into that before we leave as well. And as I mentioned, Marcus has a couple of questions for you. And we got some questions. We got a lot of people from across the country got questions for you. But we got to take a short break here at 26 minutes away from the top there. I'll be back in 4 minutes, though, with Dr. Horn and your questions right here in Baltimore on 1010 WLB. And also in the DMV, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for starting your week with us. This is Veterans Day 2024. It's 22 minutes away from the top of the hour. Our guest is Dr. Gerald Horn, works out of the University of Houston. Before we go back to it, let me just remind you, coming up later this week, you're going to hear from Professor James Small. Also, attorney Malik Shabazz will be with us. And Wall Street guru, stockbroker J.R. Fenwick is going to be with us as well. So if you're in Baltimore, make sure your radio's locked in real tight on 1010 WLB. If you're in the DMV, you're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL. Dr. Horn, Katrina's joining us. She's calling from Pittsburgh. She's on line 2. Grand Rising, Katrina, your question for Dr. Horn.
Yeah, good morning, Carl and Dr. Horn, and to the listeners. I had a question about birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment. With the new administration stating that it's going to do mass deportation and then trying, I guess, to stop what they call working tourism, people who coming specifically who are non-citizens of the country, they have babies in the country, so they become citizens. I'm wondering how that will, if that is challenged, if the 14th Amendment is challenged, how that will affect folks who are native-born Black Americans. And I can't say African American now because Peter Thiel and Elon Musk can claim to be African American. How that will affect Black Americans who are native-born, and how that, if that should be a concern for us, and how white people have native-born citizenship versus everybody else.
Well, there are two answers. As originally conceived, the 14th Amendment basically says that anyone who was born in the United States of America is a citizen of the United States of America. Because of this allegation of birth tourism, that is to say, folks from overseas, women from overseas, I should say, are coming to the United States and having their child born here so that their child can be a U.S. national. The Republicans have made a big deal about that. It's unclear to what extent that is a real issue. That's my first response. My second response is that given the fact that the conservatives have seized control of the U.S. Supreme Court, have seized control of a good deal of the federal court, it's unclear how the law will be interpreted going forward. And so your question about Black American citizenship, I would have answered it one way quite easily a few years ago, saying that there's nothing to fret about. There's nothing to worry about. Given the turn to the right in this country, as evidenced on November 5th, given the fact that young Black people got text messages a day or two after the election telling them to report for slave duty, given the fact that a top Trump attorney has been making profane and threatening gestures towards the Black woman Attorney General of the state of New York, Letitia James, because she won a lawsuit against Mr. Trump, it's obvious that we're in uncharted waters right now. It's a state of emergency. And I'm not sure if our leadership as presently constituted is up to the task that faces them.
All right. Thanks, Katrina.
Okay, and then also a question, how do white folks have native-born citizenship? Wouldn't that also be challenged?
Well, it may be challenged, but as the courts are controlled by white supremacists. And so you pay lawyers $2,000 an hour because they can make fine distinctions. I mean, for example, some people have suggested in light of the Supreme Court immunity rule, which basically gives carte blanche to a president to do whatever he wants. I mean, for example, under that immunity rule, Mr. Trump could go to China and say, give my family $100 billion and I'll ease up on you. One interpretation of that immunity ruling is that that would be legal. That would be constitutional. And then some of our folks are saying, well, maybe Mr. Biden should operate under the same principle. But no, it doesn't work that way. These are rules only for conservative presidents. These are rules only for those who can be defined as white, who resemble the original settlers.
And having said that, the question of one of the tweets came in was the fact that Elon Musk, he was here on a student visa and then some other kind of visa. I'm not quite sure what it was. But when he was on a student visa and he applied to go to Stanford, then he dropped out of school and started working. He was not on a working visa. He was in the country working illegally, and they're saying that Biden should pursue that and kick him out or revoke or renounce, whatever term it is, his citizenship. Your thoughts on that?
Well, theoretically, Biden could pursue that course, but I would make a sober wager that if it reached the federal court, that the Biden Justice Department would be thrown out of court on its ear. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say this. You have two sets of rules in this country. One for reactionaries, one for settler descendants or those who resemble settler descendants, one for those defined as white, and another set of rules for the rest of us. And so don't expect neutrality from the court. We are in a new ball game. We have to change the game.
All right, 16 away from the top there. Since you're talking about the question, let me do this other tweet we got for you, Dr. Horn. Caller says, is it wise to allow Sonia Sotomayor to stay on the Supreme Court in lieu of more youthful Supreme Court justice? And we went through this with Obama and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Your thoughts on whether Sonia Sotomayor should step down?
So Sonia Sotomayor, of Puerto Rican descent, 70-plus years old, has health problems. She was appointed by Mr. Obama. It's too late for that debate. I mean, Mr. Trump comes into office in about 2 months. Do you really think that you can jam through a replacement for Sonia Sotomayor in 2 months? let's say she does resign and the Republicans stall the new appointee. That means that the appointee will default to Mr. Trump, giving him another appointment to the U.S. Supreme Court. I mean, that seems elementary to me, and why this is being touted is beyond me.
All right, let's hope she stays healthy. 800-450-7876. Mantu's calling from New York. He's on line 5. Grand Rising, Brother Mantu. Your question for Dr. Horn.
Yes, Grand Rising, Hotep, Habarigani, to everyone, free the land and free the African mind. Just before I get to my question for esteemed Dr. Horn, I'd just like to acknowledge Nat Turner, November 11th, 1831, I believe. He struck a blow for freedom for us, and he was executed by the state of Virginia. So I just want to give acknowledgement to esteemed elder Nat Turner. My question for you, Dr. Horn, is that there's a phrase that says we're in a world of trouble. Can you talk about how the Trump election or selection, whatever it may be, is part of an international movement and not just restricted to the United States, and how especially these individuals are being motivated by German ideals and German philosophy on society, but basically how is Trump connected to the international racist movement? And I'll take the response off there. Thank you.
Well, you are correct to suspect that this Trump so-called victory is part of an international movement. I'm sure you know that the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, is a descendant of the original fascist movement under Benito Mussolini. Interestingly enough, and this is part of the problem, when she visited the Oval Office last year in July, there was hardly a peep of protest from our community, even though she's the most anti-African leader probably on planet Earth right now. The way black people are treated in Italy is utterly disgusting. With regard to Germany, the neo-Nazi Alternative for Germany party is gaining strength at the polls. Likewise, with regard to the neo-fascist party in France under Marine Le Pen. Some of this is an outgrowth of the fact that the major predators who preyed on fascists, speaking of the socialist and communist movement, has gone into eclipse. And if the predator of these rodents, of these pests, go into eclipse, you can expect the rodents and the pests, speaking of the fascists and the neo-fascists, to flourish, including in North America. That is a central problem.
All right, 12 away from the top of the hour. Since we're in the international waters, Dr. Horn, what are some of the issues that, with this new administration, our brothers and sisters on the continent, in the Caribbean, and in Europe, what are they looking at? What are they facing?
Well, this is where they're opening. And I'm not sure, once again, if our leadership is able to take advantage of this. Mr. Trump, during his first term, made military threats against Mexico, 130 million strong. The new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, actually invited Vladimir Putin to her inauguration. And of course, she has very close relations with both Cuba and China. I expect more threats against Mexico by Mr. Trump. I expect a tightening of the blockade against Cuba. I expect an accelerated attempt by Mr. Trump's fond wish to put his grubby little paws on the oil of Venezuela. I expect pressure on South Africa, because South Africa is not only a leading member of the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, which is threatening U.S. imperial hegemony, but South Africa dragged U.S. ally Israel into the International Court of Justice in order to press a claim of plausible genocide against Palestinians. We should not see it surprising that perhaps the final trip of Mr. Biden during his term will be to Angola, Southwest Africa, not to pay homage to the victims of the slave trade. Of course, Angola was a major victim of the slave trade, but to gain leverage not only against South Africa, but against Zimbabwe and against Namibia as well. There will also be pressure on the European countries with regard to tariffs, that is to say, raising taxes on French cognac that comes into this country and other exports from the European Union. that creates an opening for us to unite with all of these different countries because of our mutual grievances against the Trump administration. But alas, I do not foresee that. What I foresee, once again, is charging into court, filing lawsuits in front of Trump judges that are then tossed out.
Venezuela, should they be concerned about their oil? He's already implying that he'd like to snatch that from Venezuela.
Well, clearly, Venezuela has some of the largest proven oil reserves on planet Earth. That's one of the reasons there are sanctions against the Venezuelan government. That's one of the reasons why there are so many Venezuelans who have walked, believe it or not, from Venezuela into the United States of America, believe it or not, because of the deteriorating conditions there. And obviously, they want to make the economy scream to the point where the Maduro government surrenders, and surrenders its most precious commodity, speaking of petroleum.
And having said that, should the people in Guyana be concerned? Because they've just discovered oil there, and I understand the president of Guyana is going to give every Guyanese national, as long as you have a Guyanese passport, $100,000 because this newfound prosperity. Should they be concerned?
Well, Guyana already has deals with ExxonMobil, and I believe that ExxonMobil, they're satisfied with those deals. What we have to be concerned about is this territorial dispute between Guyana and Venezuela, where the United States will take the side of Guyana. Venezuela has a population, even with the outflow of migrants, of about, 21 million. Guyana's population is about 1 million. Guyana will not be able to stand up to Venezuela by itself. It'll need the support of Uncle Sam. That's what we need to worry about.
All right. Thank you for shedding light on that. 9 minutes away from the top of the hour. Sister Fahima's on line 2, calling from Washington, D.C. Sister Fahima, Grand Rising. Your question for
Yes,
Dr.
greetings, Mr. Nelson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, Dr. Horn, this is Fahima. I had sent you, I spoke to you the other day, but I was calling, one, to say that the reparations movement has already been internationalized. This past spring, the third session of the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent met in Geneva, Switzerland. And they also had a meeting in Ghana last year. And your idea of a meeting in Ottawa is an excellent idea, but the reparations movement has already been internationalized. Out of the UN Conference Against Racism, part of the Durban Declaration was that slavery was a crime against humanity and that we are people of African descent. And they have been meeting different entities. They come together every so often, and they go back to their respective countries to work on reparations. And from the United States, you had people from the California Commission, you had people from the NAACP and Silas Muhammad's group, and a number of entities were meeting. And the idea of going to Ottawa is an excellent idea. I am in touch with some of the people that do attend those meetings, and I will share that suggestion. The other thing I wanted to say, the migrant crisis, particularly with Venezuela, Donald Trump is, and I've said this before, was the one who created it. A number of years ago, you may recall, he attempted to overthrow that country, said he
Sister Fahima, hold that thought right there. We got to take a short break. I'll let you finish your question for Dr. Horn when we get back. Also, we got those questions from Mark from Anaheim as well. Family, you too can join our conversation. Reach out to us at 800-450-7876, and we'll take your calls in 4 minutes right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB, and also in the DMV. We're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power.
Keep rocking.
Grand Rising family, and thanks for starting your week with us. It's Veterans Day 2024. It's a federal holiday, and for our federal workers, you know that Donald Trump is threatening to dismantle all the federal agencies. Just keep that in mind when you celebrate today's holiday. Before we left, our guest is Dr. Gerald Horn, speaking to us from the University of Houston. Also, Sister Fahima had a question for him. So, Sister Fahima, I'll let you finish your question for Dr. Horn.
Yeah, I was just saying that Donald Trump is responsible for the Venezuelan crisis in particular. Several years ago, you may recall, he attempted to overthrow Venezuela. He wanted to put this guy named Juan Guaidó from Florida, who actually graduated from George Washington University. He wanted to install him as president. He froze their assets and placed sanctions on them, and he was threatening to take their oil. And I had friends, I don't know if you remember, Dr. Horn, a number of activists had taken over the Venezuelan embassy at the behest of the Venezuelan government. And, they were providing food with them, and, they were chasing the police. Police was chasing them back and forth. But in essence, Donald Trump is the one that created the Venezuelan migrant crisis. There's no reason why people from an OPEC oil country should be seeking asylum in the U.S. And last thing, during Hugo Chavez's time, they were providing energy assistance to low-income people in the Bronx and other places. So anyway, I'll just land there. And I did send you the information about the third session of the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent that took place in Geneva, Switzerland. And I will share your suggestion about meeting in Ottawa. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sister Fahima. Dr. Horn, you want to respond to anything she said?
Well, sure. Just briefly, with regard to the proposal concerning Ottawa, and also consider Havana, Cuba, where you'd have the advantage of receiving ample cooperation from the government. The idea was not only for enhancing the struggle for reparations, the idea is the immediate problem, which is the impending deportation of hundreds of thousands of Haitians who Mr. Trump already has defamed in the first presidential debate. Already we see that Haiti is in a state of turmoil. The prime minister has just been forced out. Sending hundreds of thousands of Haitians from the United States back to the island would be a recipe for disaster. We need external pressure on the United States. And I dare say that if these conferences take place in either Ottawa or Havana, high on the agenda, I am confident, will be the idea of sanctions against the United States government to force it to change its diabolical ways, just like we had to impose sanctions against apartheid South Africa in a similar fashion.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, we'll look forward to that. 2 minutes at the top there. A question from Mark from Anaheim. He says, hello. Says, it has been several weeks since he first asked you about J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and the Dark Enlightenment. He wants to know why neither feckless Democratic Party nor the U.S. mainstream media ever mentioned the Dark Enlightenment during this year's U.S. presidential campaign.
Well, look, obviously we need some serious changes in the mainstream press. I mean, look at MSNBC, which touts itself as the cable news channel of the resistance, or as Mr. Trump calls it, MSDNC, Democratic National Committee. Their whole strategy has been to build bridges to so-called never-Trump Republicans. Joe Scarborough, Nicole Wallace, Michael Steele, formerly, of course, the head of the Republican Party in the state of Maryland, former lieutenant governor. The problem with these never-Trump Republicans is that they barely have enough numbers to hold a dinner party, let alone substantiate or bulwark a political party. And so if MSNBC wants to avoid extinction, they're going to have to change their ways, like reporting on what Mark from Anaheim just suggested. But don't hold your breath. I dare say that these cable news channels like MSNBC will rather go into extinction and liquidation rather than report some of these more disturbing facts about what's going on in this country.
Yeah. Another question from Mark. It says, since you were acquainted with Donald DeFreeze, how does it feel now seeing many of the same John Birch Society folks who created such COINTEL programs as the Symbionese Liberation Army and the infamous LAPD PDID spy scandal now returning? John Birch Society, Donald Trump back into the White House.
Well, for those who may not be familiar, in my most recent book, which deals with Southern California, deals with the Black Panther Party, I talk about when I was a law student some decades ago, one of my students, when I was teaching in this prison, was Donald DeFreeze, who then went up in flames in a shootout with the LAPD some years ago. He had been accused previously of kidnapping and brainwashing newspaper heiress Patty Hearst of the Hearst newspaper fortune, which controls the Houston Chronicle amongst other major newspapers, including the San Francisco Chronicle. There were some very interesting, perhaps suspicious details about the Symbionese Liberation Army that Mark makes reference to. But certainly the John Birch Society, the ultra-rightists who had a major base of support in Southern California, are enjoying a new birth of freedom with the rise of Donald Trump. I don't think people recognize altogether that an essential part of the Trump coalition are these neo-fascists. You should look forward to, I'm afraid, to say that the January 6th defendants, which includes Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, other neo-fascists, will probably be pardoned by Mr. Trump sooner rather than later. They'll be on the streets, willing and ready to terrorize our community.
Yeah, and for folks in Southern California, we started with that shootout, where the shootout that took place. It was at, I think it was at Security Pacific Bank on Crenshaw and Century, somewhere around there. It's a landmark now, Dr. Holm. Folks who come to LA want to go. People who know about that shootout, they want to know where it was. The bank has been replaced now. The building's been replaced, but the site is still there. 6 minutes after the top of the hour, Howard's calling from Los Angeles. He's on line 6. Grand Rising, Howard. Your question for Dr. Horn.
You kind of covered it, but I want to ask about the international implications of Trump's victory, I said. But maybe you talked mostly about Europe. Could you talk maybe about the third world, about that? Also, you talked about anchor babies. There was a movie at the Pan-African Film Festival a few years ago dealing with the aspect of anchor babies. Also, it touched on immigration deportations as well. So I was just curious about what's the third world going to do about the fight against Trump? Because you talked about Europe and how they're leaning towards fascism.
Well, you may have missed what I said about Mexico, Cuba, Venezuela, South Africa.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did. You did. My bad. But I was just curious about that. I missed them. I'm trying to keep awake to your lecture. On the West Coast, there's always a problem when I get the call. But that was interesting. Also, I was wondering, when you go back to World War II, the start of it when Neville Chamberlain went to Hitler and talked to Hitler and came back to England talking about this, the peace of our time. Are we having that kind of phenomenon right now where somebody's trying to appease Trump and he's going to turn on them?
Well, the Western European nations are really in trouble. They think, or they thought, that the United States was the so-called liberal democracy and the United States was a reliable ally. Now Trump is threatening them with tariffs on their exports to the United States, which could wreck their economies. Trump is threatening them that unless they buy more military weaponry from Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, etc., that he will threaten them further. And so they are in a real bind right now. The German government is in a shambles right now. Do not be surprised if the so-called neo-Nazis control a number of municipalities and perhaps even control the center of power in Berlin sooner rather than later. But once again, these things don't happen by magic. They don't necessarily happen by accident. They happen as a result of political blunders, of which our leadership has made more than their share.
All right. And thank you, Howard. Thanks for your question. And another tweet question for Dr. Horn. It says, Grand Rising, MLK Jr. Day is January the 20th, 2025. Coincidentally, this is the exact same day Trump will be inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States. Asked, does he think because the date's the same, will it make a difference, make the celebratory of MLK Jr. Day less or more? The attention is usually given up for this day.
Well, it'll be a split screen, as they say in television world, with people marking the birthday of the Prince of Peace, speaking of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and the devil incarnate on the other side of the screen, speaking of the inauguration of Mr. Trump. I think an appropriate way to mark that day is to send thousands into the streets of Washington, D.C. in protest of the inauguration. However, a cautionary note, be careful about the police in Washington, D.C. and the other National Guard troops that might be mobilized, because they may want to make a statement on that day with regard to how protests will be handled, not with kid gloves.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it later after we get some more of these calls on for you about what to expect with Project 2025, because that's another issue that's going to be there, sort of, with the police giving more powers, if you will, than they already have. But anyway, let's take some more calls. Let's stay out on the West Coast. Roger is in California. He's on line 4. Roger, your question for Dr. Horn.
Habari Gani Carl, Habari Gani Dr. Horn. Dr. Horn, did I hear you say that you do not understand what identity politics is, sir? Let me get you to clarify that.
I hear that term all the time. I'm not sure what it means. I've heard it be applied to the Black Liberation Movement, which I reject wholeheartedly. And so somebody needs to tell me what it describes and what it entails, because I'm up in the air. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I will explain it to you. Identity politics is the identity of Donald Trump versus the identity of Kamala Harris. Either you like Donald Trump or you like Kamala Harris, and that's how you voted. That's what identity politics is. It's based on the identity of one individual that's running for office. But my other point is, this is Veterans Day. We, or maybe you, because I am a veteran, you have no idea of what this country is capable of doing. What you read in the paper is 20 years behind what our capabilities is. What Israel did when they blew up those phones, all telephones have a bomb in them. That's why you can't change the batteries out. You remember a few years ago, your battery went dead and you could just go replace your battery? You can't do it anymore. You can't open up the phone. All the phones have a bomb in them or a detonating device. The telephone, the televisions have a detonating device in it. The cars have a detonating device in it. And the vaccinations that we took have detonating devices in it. Our country, because I was part of the military, we were bombing Gaddafi on a regular basis. You're only aware of maybe one or two attacks, but I was on a base in Zaragoza, Spain. We were running frequent sorties, bombing Gaddafi on a regular basis. We have bombed, we have bases in Saudi Arabia. So what you read in the Wall Street Journal or what you read in the New York Post or what you read in the LA Times is not real information. The real information.
And Roger, do us a favor, put in a question for him because we're coming up on a break.
Okay, my question is international politics. You said we need to internationalize our struggle. America is the lone superpower. We dictate international policy. The United Nations is in New York City and is funded by the United States. So when you talk international politics, you're talking the United States. So you address that our UN ambassador, Linda Thomas Greenfield, she's African American. She's African American. So
yeah, Roger, what's the question? Because we got a break coming up. What's the question?
The thing is, how can African Americans internationalize our struggle when the American ambassador to the United Nations is a black woman, Linda Thomas Greenfield? And I take your response off the air. Thank you.
All right, we got to take the break, and I'll let him respond when we get back from the break. Thank you, Roger. 14 minutes after the top of the hour, family, Dr. Horn will respond to Roger's question in 4 minutes right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB, and also on the DMV. We're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450. WOL, where information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for rolling with us on this Monday morning. Thanks for starting your week with us. It's a holiday for some. It's Veterans Day 2024. I guess there's Dr. Gerald Horn from the University of Houston. Dr. Horn, I'll let you respond to Roger's question before I take another call for you.
Well, first of all, with regard to Roger's point, that's the first time I've ever heard identity politics reduced to individuals, such as Trump and Harris. It's usually applied to groups. For example, Black people are said to be expressing identity politics when they call up to this radio station complaining about racism, for example. If the idea of identity politics means anything, it should apply, for example, to a state like Israel based upon an exclusive ethno-religious identity, where, by the way, Senator Sanders used to reside, although I never heard him refer to Israel as an expression of identity politics. It's basically a bankrupt concept that should be thrown into the ocean. With regard to Roger talking about the United States being the sole remaining superpower, that may have been true 30 years ago. Right now, China, by some measures, has a larger economy than that of the United States. It's ahead of the United States in terms of green energy, quantum computing. Trump donors like Elon Musk, for example, are heavily dependent on the Chinese market, as is Miriam Adelson, who contributes to him and Prime Minister Netanyahu, and is heavily dependent upon casinos in Macau, a former Portuguese colony now under the jurisdiction of China. More than that, the People's Bank in Beijing loans the United States money on a regular basis. The United States owes the PBC trillions of dollars, whereby they buy U.S. Treasury bills used to prop up everything from the Pentagon to the post office. So I think Roger's information is a bit outdated. With regard to Linda Thomas Greenfield, we can't internationalize our struggle because she's the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. That's just like saying because Clarence Thomas is on the U.S. Supreme Court that we have a friend on the U.S. Supreme Court. I mean, that's poppycock and balderdash.
Yeah. So the Chinese hold a lot of our notes, or a lot of the America's notes. Can they call in those loans? What would that do to the economy?
They are doing that gradually because they don't want to crash the market because they could suffer losses as well. You know that old story that if you owe the bank $100, you're on the hook. If you owe the bank $1 billion, the bank is on the hook. And so to a certain extent, the People's Bank in Beijing is on the hook because they've lent all this money to a government that's now trying to destabilize them. So it's going to have to be a gradual process, but as they draw down their investments in U.S. Treasury bills, absolutely it's going to have an impact on the U.S. economy. It will probably lead Mr. Trump to declare some sort of emergency, leading to the layoff of even more federal workers.
Yeah, we're going to get into tariffs as well momentarily. But let's go to Kansas. Robert's been waiting first. He's on line 3. Grand Rising, Robert, your question for Dr. Horn.
Yes, sir. Dr. Horn, from what I've heard on a federal level, only Congress can approve reparations. So here's the question. During one of President Obama's one of his terms, the Democrats had control of the House and the Senate, and yet there was no reparations package pushed for African Americans, or no other kind of package pushed for African Americans. So here's my question: we know that Maxine Waters and a few others supported reparations, but do Democrats as a whole support reparations for African Americans? And if they do, then why didn't they push that when Obama was president?
With regard to Democrats generally, the answer varies in terms of the Democrats you're talking about. Of course, you tend to get a thumbs up from members of the Congressional Black Caucus. You get a thumbs down from Maine Congressman Golden, for example, and other congressmen like him. Why Mr. Obama did not push for reparations? He, of course, set aside a number of pressing issues, including punishing the bankers for plunging the economy into a tailspin in 2008 so he could concentrate on health care, Obamacare, which, of course, Mr. Trump now has in the crosshairs. He plans to weaken Obamacare. Whether or not he'll be able to get rid of it is another story altogether.
Yeah, and since we're there, tell us about the tariffs that Donald Trump's been talking about. These, and some of the American people believe that these other countries are going to pay for the tariffs. Can you explain how the tariffs that Donald Trump is talking about and why it's going to impact our pocketbooks?
For example, Walmart, one of the reasons it's grown into a giant corporation is that goods are manufactured in China and then shipped across the Pacific to Walmart, cheap goods, for example, which many in our community rely upon. A tariff would put a tax on those Chinese exports, meaning that Walmart would have to raise the prices of those goods, which means that our community would have to pay more for those goods. This could harm our community. It could harm Walmart. And therefore, many feel that this is just a negotiating ploy by Mr. Trump. He's threatening the raising of tariffs because he wants to get in a more comfortable position to exact concessions from China, from the European Union, from Canada, etc. The problem is that China can put a tariff or otherwise pressure U.S. corporations like Starbucks, Microsoft, Tesla, KFC, etc. The same holds true for Europe. And so Mr. Trump may wind up not only sinking the U.S. economy, but wrecking the global economy.
Yeah, it seems like he's moving us to an isolationist because the UK, they're upset too about the tariffs issue. I was reading some of those newspapers. French is the same thing in Germany. Are you seeing the same thing?
Well, sure. And there is a faint possibility, an underlying faint, that France can be persuaded to organize a global movement against Trumpism. They have a very active embassy in Ottawa. They have a very active embassy in Havana, Cuba, which is one of the reasons I propose this conference to take place in the next 6 months, sponsored by the NAACP in Canada, if they're courageous enough to do so. And if they're not, in Havana, sponsored by the African People's Socialist Party or the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. I think our community needs to recognize we're the new ball game. These are uncharted waters. The old playbook does not apply.
28 at the top of the hour with Dr. Gerald Horne. A bunch of folks still want to talk to you from across the country and outside the country, too. But here's a tweet question from Dr. Myers. Dr. Myers says, question for Dr. Horne. Is there a Pan-African Association of Leaders of African, Caribbean, African-American, and Black Brazilians that meets regularly and makes recommendations to improve the worldwide power of Black people? If yes, do they have a website?
Every kickoff, every 777, every pocket ace. Bovada.lv gets you ready for every way you want to play. Hourly jackpots, anonymous poker events, boosted sports odds. Join today and get up to $750 in bonuses. See for yourself why players have chosen us as their online casino for over 10 years. Your best bet every day you want to play. Bovada.lv. Ready for everything.
Not meeting regularly. I mean, the CARICOM, the Caribbean community, meets regularly. That incorporates the Caribbean nations like Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, Guyana. They have an association agreement with the African Union and Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. They meet on a regular basis. Once again, the Black American community are usually missing in action when it comes to those sorts of gatherings, which needs to change.
All right. 29 at the top there. Eric's in Forestville, Maryland. He's on line 2. Grand Rising, Eric, your question for Dr. Horne.
Grand Rising to you, Mr. Nelson and Mr. Dr. Horne. I have kind of like 3 questions very quickly. Do you believe that Trump and his cohorts will immediately start up their criminal enterprises in the White House right away? Number 2, I think his first agenda is to gut the Justice Department out so you won't recognize it, and any other the board, education system, and a couple other key government bureaucracies that we have here in this country. And number 3, do you think he'll make the full term as the 47th president of the United States? Those are my 3 questions, sir. And I'll take it off the phone.
Well, the third question calls for speculation. Mr. Trump has not released his health care records, so who knows if he'll finish this term. I didn't understand the second question. With regard, and Carl, perhaps you can clarify. With regard to the first question, his criminal enterprises, as noted, the immunity decision of the U.S. Supreme Court says he has immunity with regard to core presidential functions. And I gave a hypothetical about his going to China and saying that if you give my family $100 billion, I'll ease up on you. By a certain interpretation of that immunity decision, that's a core presidential function executing U.S. foreign policy. So that would be presumptively constitutional and legal. I don't think that the Supreme Court, maybe they did recognize what they were doing. But once again, don't think that will apply to a Democratic Party president. Don't think that will apply to Mr. Biden. It will not, I guarantee you.
All right. Unfortunately, I didn't get the second question either. 30 minutes at the top there. Theodore's in Maryland on line 5. Grand Rising, Theodore, your question for Dr. Horn.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to make a correction, Doctor, to the gentleman. Identity politics is a term brought up by right-wing Republicans in reference to us saying we are African Americans or doing anything that seems to them skew rules from one point to another. So they'll say, for instance, Democrats are playing identity politics when they're talking about racial affirmative action and things like that. So identity politics is not individuals. It's how they apply with disdain anyone who attempts to verbally or even legally right the wrongs against African Americans in this country. They said they're playing identity politics. That's what it means. And in reference to this administration, gentlemen, I don't know your spiritual background, but prayer changes things. And those who got away from the good Lord are going to have to get close to him in this administration because they are planning to use the law to attempt to change the rules in this country. And the doctor, I'd like you also to speak on the Convention of the States. I've had information about this year for years. They're attempting, and I'm not sure, I don't have my Constitution in front of me. They need 38 states and 2/3 of the state legislatures to change the Constitution and amendments, and they still have that going on. It's called the Convention of the States, and I would like you to talk on that. And I'd like to, before I hang up, I'd like to say this: I love our people. God's taken us through a lot. We know there's still much to go through because you can take the chains off of me, but you can still have the bad attitudes that caused so-called Jim Crow, segregation, and the Holocaust that is racism. And the thing about it, do you wonder from the internal parts of yourself, your spirit, why people hate African Americans so much? It's not amazing. It's almost a situation where I think, and I don't know if you agree with me, but when you read the book of Genesis, he took us from the dust of the ground. Where the other nationalities and ethnicities come in, I don't know, but maybe that's one reason. Thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thank you, Theodore. And Dr. Horn, I'll let you respond after the short break here. It's 26 minutes away from the top of our family. You too can join this conversation with Dr. Gerald Horn. Reach out to us at 800-450-7876. And we'll take your phone calls in 4 minutes right here in Baltimore on 1010 WOLB. If you're in the DMV, though, we're on FM 95.9 and AM 1450 WOL, where information is power. And Grand Rising family, thanks for rolling with us on this Monday morning, Veterans Day 2024, a federal holiday, of course, for some folks. What are your thoughts? Dr. Gerald Horn is our guest. You can speak to him at 800-450-7876. We'll try and get as many people on as possible as cruise towards the end of the show. Dr. Horn, I'll let you respond to I think it was Theodore's set of questions, if you recall them.
Well, first of all, I think Theodore was right on with regard to his formulation of this bankrupt concept of identity politics. As I intimated earlier, it's basically a concept meant to discredit and defame the Black liberation movement, which makes it all the more shocking and insulting that a self-proclaimed democratic socialist, speaking of Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, would blame the Democratic Party losses on identity politics without defining the concept and leaving hanging in the air the notion that perhaps the Democrats paid too much attention to police killings of Black individuals and the Black Lives Matter movement, which is, of course, ludicrous. Theodore also makes a fair point when he suggests that on the horizon is possibly a constitutional convention. Now, of course, I stand second to none in my criticism of this archaic 18th century document, and particularly its antiquated electoral college, which allows a person who gets the fewer votes to win the presidency. But this constitutional convention, which is just around the corner, possibly is going to push us back beyond the 18th century, perhaps to the 15th century. They're not looking forward to the 21st century. So Theodore is correct to ring an alarm bell about that prospect.
All right, 20 away from the top there. Tony's next. He's on line 3. He's calling from the district. Grand Rising, Tony. Your question for Dr. Horn.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. The question is, operative of Trump, Stephen Miller, is working on a process that will allow the State Department, based on Trump offering reparations. That's why we have to be careful what is asked for. But reparations for anyone who gives up their citizenship that's black and wants their reparations, they will take the funds that go to these countries and on the continent and guarantee up to a number of years. They've floated 10 years average salary from whatever country on the continent that will accept a black, and that way they don't have to go through the Congress to get it approved. The Secretary of State will coordinate that, and you have to give up your citizenship to get reparations, but that's what the Trump administration is going to offer. So I'd like to know what your guest thinks of that.
All right,
Well,
thanks,
first of
Tony.
all, what's the source of that story? Because I read lots of newspapers and I haven't seen that story. What's the source?
It was on a, I think they call it, let's see, what is it? Solving the money problem, a Discord. It was on a chat Discord, and it's been out there for about 2 years.
All right, so some internet conversation, Dr. Horn. Thank you, Tony.
Well, that's news to me. However, I would be first in line if they're going to pay me to leave this United States of America. I may even leave without them paying me.
Gotcha. 19 away from the top. Let's go across the border to Toronto. Kevin's waiting for us. He's on line 4. Grand Rising, Kevin. You're on with Dr. Horn.
Grand Rising, gentlemen. I think it was Dr. Clark that said Pan-Africanism will perish. But having said that, when you talk about internationalizing our struggle, how would that look in terms of an economic, cooperation between African Americans and Africans throughout the diaspora, and how we can benefit and utilize and assist the continent and developing this Pan-Africanist movement, because that's where all the resources are. That's my first question. Then the second question, you talked about this meeting in Ottawa. I just kind of came on. If you can shed some more light on that, if possible. Thank you.
Well, with regard to the latter, there has been a suggestion that there be a meeting across the border in Ottawa, Canada, which would take advantage of all the diplomatic legations there from potential friends and allies, including Mexico, Cuba, Jamaica, South Africa, not to mention those who have a bone to pick with Uncle Sam, including China, France, the European Union, etc. The immediate agenda item would be, of course, throwing a roadblock in the way of deportation of hundreds of thousands of Haitians, sending them back to an island in turmoil. Other items could include a long-term program or even a short-term program to have sanctions imposed on the United States government unless and until it changes its more diabolical policies. With regard to your first question, as you probably know, there's an African Continental Free Trade Area, which incorporates 4 dozen plus, approximately 54 different African countries with trillions of dollars in GDP, gross development, trillions of dollars in the size of the economy. Let's just put it that way. And of course, it's aiming to be an equivalent of the European Union, which brings together disparate European countries under one umbrella with a headquarters in Brussels. The headquarters for this African Continental Free Trade Area will, of course, likely be Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. There is a CARICOM, a Caribbean community, that likewise brings under one roof Caribbean nations, including Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, Guyana, etc. These formations have been around, at least in terms of CARICOM, for some time. The African Free Trade African area has just come into existence. but it bids fair to effectuate a consolidation of African economies. And obviously, if black people want to plug into that, that means we could ultimately benefit.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. A question, Dr. Horn. You mentioned Guyana, and we talked about them, but they're as part of the Caribbean community, but aren't they in South America?
Of course they are. But the Caribbean community was basically spearheaded by a number of so-called English-speaking Caribbean nations led by Jamaica. Guyana was a former British colony, predominantly English-speaking, and therefore it was co-opted to CARICOM, and I think quite rightly.
What about Bermuda? Because they're not also, are they part of CARICOM? They're out in the Atlantic Ocean somewhere?
Well, Bermuda, as I understand it, is still a colony. It's not necessarily independent. And, of course, Bermuda historically has played a pivotal role in terms of events on the U.S. mainland. I mean, for example, when Britain abolished slavery in 1834, and slavery existed in the United States to 1865, you saw slave owners in Bermuda engage in a fire sale of this diminishing asset known as enslaved Africans, selling them into the Carolinas, for example. So there's been a historic close connection between Bermuda and the Carolinas.
Gotcha. 15 away from the top there. Dante's next. He's on line 2. He's calling from Baltimore. Grand Rising, Dante. Your question for Dr. Horn.
Hey, Dr. Horn and Dr. Clark. How you guys doing and family? Hey, so, this I was playing in the background.
Is Dante there? Did he hang up? I think he hung up. All right, Dr. Horn, I got a tweet question for you. The tweeter says, ask him about this. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, officially known as the Tariff Act of 1930. What problem was created? Politicians, Senator Reed Smoot and Representative Willis C. Hawley.
It has been suggested that triggered an economic downturn in the United States combined with the stock market crash of 1929 to create what was called the Great Depression. The United States did not exit the Great Depression until World War II, which allowed for more military spending. It allowed for the United States to profit to a certain degree from the decline of the British Empire, which was a major victim of World War II. Mr. Trump seemingly wants to recreate that unfortunate history.
All right, tweet question for you. Tweeter says, black people need a reset. We should not align ourselves with anybody, these people of color. We must focus on ourselves, period. He says the people of color issue is what hurt us in the last election, or she said. Your response?
Well, I think that's an overstatement. I think that we should align with other groups when we are in accord. I mean, for example, take this mass deportation of Haitians. There's going to be a mass deportation of people of Mexican origin. There's going to be a mass deportation of people of Asian extraction. And to say that we should not align with these groups for whatever reason, I guess the way they voted in the election, I don't agree. I think we should agree when we can and disagree when we must.
12 away from the top there. Pamela's joining us. She's from Upper Marlboro in Maryland. She's on line 2. Grand Rising, Sister Pamela, your question for Dr. Horn.
Yes, Grand Rising. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have 2 questions. One for you, Carl. My question is, Friday's November the 8th program was a gem. Can WOL go back to airing the Friday programs on Sundays like it used to do? Because a lot of positive information came out of that program, that broadcast on Friday. And this leads to my question to you, Dr. Horn. How are we as a people to navigate these new orders now? After Reconstruction, Andrew Jackson gave the South back its land. And the slaves didn't get anything. And then they ended Reconstruction, and we got the Jim Crow and the Black Code laws and different things like that. And that's something that Caller Tyrone had alluded to on Friday, Carl. What are we to do? Because we've had the federal government to fight for us and with us, and hence we achieved our 1964 civil rights, voting rights rather, civil rights and the 65 voting rights. But if we don't have the federal government to work on our behalf and protect us now with Trump in charge, how are we to navigate in this country? What would you suggest?
Thanks, Pamela.
So that's a $64 question. Certainly, the implication of what you say is that we're in a counter-revolutionary moment, not unlike what happened with President Andrew Johnson when he helped to undermine Reconstruction, the post-1865, post-slavery dispensation. Sure, you are on point when you suggest that the federal government, which at one point was pushing anti-Jim Crow measures, is now on the other side of the barricades, along with 71 million supporters. I have made a suggestion with regard to internationalizing this struggle, which is what we used effectively to undermine both slavery and Jim Crow, and I recommend that suggestion to your attention.
Right, and we'll make a request for the Friday podcast to be reinstated. Dr. Horn, I want to ask about BRICS. Now with Trump coming in the office, obviously there's going to be a struggle to protect the U.S. dollar as the reserve currency, the world's reserve currency. How's that going to affect BRICS? Do you see more countries now? Because Trump is is us against them. And did you see more countries lining up to join BRICS?
Oh, absolutely. You saw what happened at the recent meeting in Kazan, Russia. Nigeria, the giant of the continent, has an association agreement with the BRICS. We expect other nations to act similarly, joining Egypt, Ethiopia, and South Africa, for example. This is a very stiff challenge to U.S. imperial hegemony. I suspect that since Mr. Trump says, and I underline says, that he does not want to get the United States involved in other foreign wars, that will mean trying to destabilize real and imagined opponents of the United States by dint of use of the Central Intelligence Agency, the way they undermined the Salvador Allende socialist government in Chile in 1973, for example, or the government of Sukarno in Indonesia in 1965, for example. I imagine that if I can sense this, potential targets like South Africa can sense it as well, and I'm sure they'll be on guard.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye on that. But I got to ask you about the Saudis before we get out of here. Saudis, what's their role in all of this? They seem to be really friends with the Trump administration. They sort of had a hands off of what's going on in Gaza with their other Arab brothers and sisters. What's up with the Saudis?
The Saudis play a double game. For example, you know that just before October 7, 2023, they were about to enter into a normalizing agreement with Israel that would have sold out the Palestinians. Now that's apparently off the table. Now they're getting closer to Iran. But at the same time, the Saudis were miffed with Mr. Biden because he said that he wanted to make the Saudi regime a pariah state, an outlaw state, because they were accused credibly of murdering the Washington Post contributor, speaking of Jamal Khashoggi. But then Mr. Biden did a 180-degree reversal, went to Saudi Arabia.